Sadaqallahul azim wa balagha rasulul karim wa nahnu ala dzalika minasyahidin. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now recite the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed the We and Sunan Kalijaga Jakarta hymn. To all the audiences, please stand up. Audiences, please sit down.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is welcome speech from Mr. Dr. Muzammil, a scannership of 4th International Student Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. The time is yours.
This number that is all and it is sometimes that not only the integration of this international student will be successful, but also success like you will be able to contribute to the dynamic of the transatlantic relationship. Could you please give some of your applause? We then selected 20 best abstract writers from here, from various cities in Indonesia. Many of them from Jakarta, Surabaya, Solo, Cirebon, Ciamis, Padang, and also Jakarta. And over the next 2 days, you will discuss and exchange ideas on the main topic of the conference. And you will be joined by experts in the field, such as Professor we will be training as a tomorrow, and then we are waiting for Najib Kailani from postgraduate school. We have already here Samia Kotele from the university, and together with Mr. Anas Muftisin tomorrow from M.Ag University. So, as the convener of this remarkable event, I am truly delighted to have you all gathered here. This conference is a testament to our commitment to fostering a deeper understanding of Islamic studies and its role in Indonesian higher education. The question is why the state Islamic studies in Indonesian higher education is important. So from a historical perspective, the conference, I believe, can provide valuable insight into how the discipline has evolved over time. It can shed light on the historical development of Islamic education in Indonesia, its key milestone, and also the contribution of scholars and different institutions. The conference is also very relevant to contemporary circumstances, for it can highlight the current state of Islamic studies in Indonesian universities and the challenge it faces in the modern context. We really hope that this symposium allows for cross-disciplinary discussion, encouraging a holistic approach to Islamic studies. We hope that you can make this event a platform to network, to share ideas, to collaborate with each of you on the future research project. The program we have presented for this conference is the manifestation of our collective dedication to this cause, and by your judgment, dear students, we aim to identify concrete steps and innovative strategies to make Islamic studies in our institution more relevant, more inclusive, and also more enlightened. We thank Al-Makin as rector, Professor Inayah Rohmaniyyah as the dean, and also Dr. Shofiyullah as the vice for their full support to run this annual flag program. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants and also to the delegation members of the organizing committee who have worked tirelessly to make this conference happen. Lastly, I also want to share this spirit and enthusiasm to our colleagues outside Kalijaga. So whenever you find something important to the conference, you want to share to your social media account, don't forget to keep the hashtag. Solid celebration and people who commend us for Shofiyullah Muzammil to appreciate the opportunity. Let us guys the opportunity to make very meaningful impact.
Our sincere thanks to Mr. Dr. Phil Muammar Zain Qaddafi. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is welcoming speech from Professor Dr. Phil Al-Makin S.Ag M.A, Rector of UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the video of Professor Dr. Phil Al-Makin S.Ag M.A.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Congratulations all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Congratulations all students of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, Sunan Kalijaga Islamic State University. Selamat atas terselenggaranya the 4th International Students Conference. Congratulations and I wish you all successful. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Congratulations all students of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, Sunan Kalijaga Islamic State University. Selamat atas terselenggaranya the 4th International Students Conference. Congratulations and I wish you all successful and your discussion will be fruitful and productive. Semoga acara ini membawa kebaikan bagi semua mahasiswa, meluaskan network, presentasi saling belajar, berbagi pengalaman riset, dan semuanya menjadi sahabat, semuanya menjadi teman. Dan ini sarana yang baik antara satu dengan yang lain untuk saling mempererat silaturahim. The 4th International Student Conference, tentu yang sudah keempat kalinya, ini akan membawa kita pada kebaikan bersama, karena yang mempunyai riset berbagi, dan jangan lupa juga belajar menulis bersama. Dan terutama bagi yang dari luar UIN Sunan Kalijaga, semoga senang tinggal di UIN Sunan Kalijaga dan menjadi sahabat mahasiswa Ushuluddin UIN Sunan Kalijaga, dan akan menjadi mitra dan partner di kemudian hari. I am very sure that your conference will be beneficial not only for you as individual and as students, but also as our university will have benefits of broadening our horizons of scholarship endeavor and also broadening our friendships and network in Indonesia and in the world. I wish you good luck and have fun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Is welcoming speeches from Mr. Dr. Shofiyullah Muzammil M.Ag, the third Vice Dean of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. We will also expect to officially open our event to Mr. Professor Dr. Shofiyullah Muzammil, M.Ag. The time is yours.
Rasulullah Sayyidina Muhammad ibn Abdullah La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah ma ba'd. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed scholars and distinguished guests, Alhamdulillah has come among us Mr. Dr. Sujadi, Vice Dean Fakulti Adab, and Mr. Patron. Let's go on. Also present was our special guest from France, Samia Kotele. He is already familiar to FUPI students because she also teaches. She has become part of the big FUPI family. Alhamdulillah, he's come among us. Dr. Najib Kailani is coming from for the work. Yeah, Alhamdulillah, from postgraduate program. Yeah. I send to you a warm welcome to the 4th International Student Conference on Islamic Studies in Indonesian Higher Education. It is an honor to stand before you today as the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought. The International Student Conference has been organized 4 times, making this year even the 4th time. We are very grateful that from year to year there are more and more participants from among students who participate, either those who are still bachelors, masters, or those who are pursuing a PhD from within and outside the country. This shows that this annual event is an event that is taken into account and eagerly awaited in the national and international level. This gathering marks a significant milestone in the exploration and advancement of Islamic studies in the context of higher education in Indonesia. We have gathered here from different institutions, background, and experience to engage in meaningful discussion and exchange ideas that will undoubtedly shape the future of Islamic studies in our country. Indonesia is not only renowned for its cultural diversity, but also for its rich and deep-rooted Islamic heritage. It is here at the crossroads of tradition and modernity that we find the perfect backdrop for this conference. Over the next 2 days, we will dive into the multi-phased world of Islamic studies, addressing both traditional and contemporary challenges and opportunities. We are here to celebrate the enduring relevance of Islamic knowledge in our higher education system and its role in shaping a more informed, tolerant, and inclusive society. This conference is a testament to our commitment to fostering academic excellence and collaboration in the realm of Islamic studies. We are honored to host esteemed scholars, researchers, and experts, as well as students in this field, and we eagerly anticipate the knowledge, insight, and networking that will unfold in the coming 2 days. As we engage in this discussion, let us remember that our collective goal is to empower our students and researchers, promoting a nuanced understanding of Islam's diverse tradition and its role in our contemporary society. By fostering open dialogue and learning from one another, we can contribute to the academic and social development of our nation. I would like to express my gratitude firstly to our rector, Professor Dr. Phil Al-Makin, and then to the Dean of our faculty, Professor Dr. Inayah Rohmaniyyah, for the endless support to make this event happen. I also thank to organizing committee, especially to Dr. Phil Muammar Zain Qaddafi, and his team from both lecturers and students of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Talk for their hard working to prepare matters related with the preparation and the execution of the program. Also, thanks to every participant for making this event possible. Your dedication to the advance of Islamic studies is commendable, and I have no doubt that this conference will leave a lasting impact. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. May this conference be a source of enlightenment, collaboration, and inspiration. Let us embark on this journey together and explore the boundless possibilities that we world of Islamic studies hold for Indonesia. Thank you, and let's begin the conference by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. That said, this conference on Islamic studies in higher education has officially begun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Our sincere thanks to Dr. Shofiyullah Muzammil M.Ag. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is first plenary session, which will be guided by our moderator, Tasha Hadiastuti. Before that, we thanks to Mr. Dr. Shofiyullah Muzammil M.Ag and Mr. Dr. Phil Muammar Zain Qaddafi.
Tasya Hadia Astuti is the Sociology of Religion student in the 5th semester. She is a volunteer of Sekolah Sosiologi Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Talk UIN Sunan Kalijaga Jogja. She has personal skills about reviewer, writer, and editor, and also a graphic designer. If you want to know deeply about her, visit her social media on Instagram with username Hadiasja.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Tasha Hadiastuti. Give applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Tasha Hadiastuti, the moderator of today's seminar. I'm very pleased to see you and welcome all of you to this seminar. Today's seminar is about the fourth Islamic Talk with Him, Islamic Studies in Indonesia, Islamic Higher Education, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, on today's plenary session, we have two speakers. First speaker is Najib Kailani, PhD, and second speaker is Samia Kotele, PhD. Before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, the speaker will be invited to present the material. After that, there will be a question and answer session and followed by conclusion. Now, let me introduce the first speaker in today's seminar. Before our seminars begin, so let me introduce the first speaker, is Najib Kailani, PhD. the lecture graduate school at Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. He received his PhD degree from University of New South Wales, Australia in 2015 in Southeast Asia Social Studies. He received his M.A. in Anthropology at Gajah Mada University in 2009 and B.A. in Islamic Philosophy at Sunan Kalijaga in 2002. His research interests include pop culture and politics of pity, economics of charity, and religion in urban communities. And also, I introduced to Samia Kotele, the second speaker. Samia Kotele is a research fellow in history and anthropology of Islam in Indonesia. She is from the Institute of East Asian Studies, Ecole Normale Brésilienne. She is also alumni of International Institute for Asian Studies since 2020 and 2021. Now allow me to welcome the speaker, Najib Kailani, with his scholarly use of theories in social science and humanities for the study of Islam, to deliver his presentation. Mr. Najib, the floor is yours. And also let me welcome to this Ms. Samia Kotele for delivering in Female Ulama and the New Direction of Islamic Studies in Indonesia to deliver his presentation.
Profesor Dr. Shofiyullah Muzammil, confident Muhammad, like to say I like to part of your I do apologize for making maybe my presentation is slightly this morning I'm going to talk about Southeast Asian Islamic studies in broader academic debate. So my presentation will
better. Okay, my presentation will particularly observe various debate in Southeast Asian studies by focusing on Islam and situating this phenomenon within a broader academic debate on Islam and Muslim society. So the outline of the presentation, firstly I will start by the big question in our area studies, by asking what is Islam. But the question is situated in theoretical question instead of theological question. Islam is theoretical question. So we will explore about how various sociologists and anthropologists debate what is Islam. second one, we will look at what is Southeast Asian Islam. And then I will talk about social change and transformation in Muslim society by emphasizing on new context. So the new context will change the developing attention to see about the topics, research, and something like that. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. And then the fourth is being Muslim. I will talk about the debate within anthropology of Islam about ethical self-improvement. The one side, another side is how everyday Islam is also important to be situated in debate. And then the last one is I will look at the recent debate introduced by scholars in Southeast Asia, from Western scholars, Indonesian scholars, Southeast Asian scholars, to try to broaden and engage with the recently scholarly debate in Middle East. And then the last presentation will be my concluding remarks. I will question the big question from Islam. Okay, let me start by the next slide, please. Okay, next. Okay, what is Islam? So, when we ask about what is Islam as sociological scholars have started to answer the question are where Ernest Gellner and Jacob Joyce. They are scholars. Next slide. They introduce next please. Sendiri bisa. Okay. Okay. Islam is an anthropological and sociological category. Gellner introduced two divisions of Islam: Great Islam versus Little Islam. So, what is Islam in Gellner's mind, or Gellner's theory, is to be divided into two categories. And Gertz, when he did research in Morocco and Indonesia, titled Islam Observed, he also followed the division or the division of Islam. He introduced the notion mystical Islam versus scriptural Islam. So this is how anthropologists and sociologists try to engage with defining Islam or articulating Islam in sociological approach. Next. But this kind of discussion is not stopped. Scholars, particularly from Western scholars, Hamid Al-Zain in the 1979 wrote I think it's a very influential article in your review of anthropology entitled Beyond Ideology and Theology, in Search for the Anthropology of Islam. So if Gellner and Clifford Geertz didn't talk about anthropology of Islam, Hamid Al-Zain clearly stated in Search for the Anthropology of Islam. He tried to, dispute the Geertz and also Gellner by saying that we have to start from what natives say about Islam, what previously they said that Islam is defined by Orientalists. They coming from outside and then they see Islam, blah, 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 blah. So as an anthropologist, we have to start from the natives model of Islam. And then after that, many scholars, for example, Sunan, working in the Middle East, writing about recognizing Islam. And Ekelman is the most also influential in the anthropology of Islam. In his influential article as well, entitled The Study of Islam in the Local Context, he introduced a concept of middle ground. Because there is a significant diminution between what is scriptural and what is mystical. What is the true Islam actually? Is it scriptural Islam is the true Islam, or the mystical Islam is the less Islam? So Ekelman said we have to see from the middle ground. But this proposal doesn't provide any solution for this debate. In the 1990s something, I forgot, occasional paper written by Talal Asad entitled The Idea of Islam. Asad started to talk about Islam as a discursive tradition. So as a discursive tradition, every practice of Islam, every practice of Muslim refer to the founding text. So it's like the following up Ekelman notion of middle ground. Next. Okay, it's like example, people talking about Islam, still Islam, work in Islam. Is the left one is Michael Lambeck. It's really important. He is looking he explore about anthropology of knowledge in minor and introduce two concepts, very important concept. What he called as textual knowledge and embodied knowledge. So it's related to religious outlook. Next. Okay. What is Southeast Asian Islam? So after we look at the broad academic debate about what is Islam as anthropological and sociological category, what is Southeast Asian Islam? Next. So we can ignore Clifford Gertz because he works on Morocco and Indonesia and still works on the two division, right? Scriptural Islam, mystical Islam, and in our academia, in our PTKIM, I think all of you, still familiar with normativity, historicitas. It's a old fashion of theory. Refer to this division: text, Islam text, Islam context, or Islam scriptural or mystical. And then William Rowe, one of the Southeast Asian scholars, he engaged with this debate and write an interesting article titled Islam Obscure, published by Archipel. It's from French. Islam Obscure, some reflection on studies of Islamic society in Southeast Asia. So next. Okay, this is like an example of this. It is recently published by NUS, Studies of Islam in Society in Southeast Asia. And next. Most of you are also familiar with objectification of religion. So people, how ordinary Muslims reflect and discuss their religiosity through their easy accessibility to Islamic materials. So for example, like previously only man or male can deliver a fatwa. But after that, when female or women attend their school, they can access to the religious material. They can also deliver a fatwa. So and then they ask how Islam is important for daily life. This is like objectification of religion. So and the second one is the changing context of Islamism in Muslim society. First wave of Islamism, I refer to the Nova goal, to characterize by massization, Islamic militancy, a quest for an Islamic collective identity, and implementation of political and religious law. But recently, the second wave, characterized by individualized or piety-minded, and then Islam more friendly with market economy. And then there are multiple actors. Previously they try to establish an Islamic state. Then they can't do that. And then after that, they establish a political party, discuss about democracy in public sphere, and then contribute to the meaningful debate and to seek the public virtue. Okay, next. In the social science, it's very important thing as well. There is a book in anthropology. This book is quite significant, entitled Writing Culture. It's edited by George Marcus and James Clifford. They're questioning, for example, like Clifford girls going to Mojokerto, and then they isolate this Mojokerto is so unique. It's quite different with the people in Yogyakarta, for example. And then how this ethnographer represent the people through the language, through the poetic language, for example. It's how power relation works within the representation. So people say this kind of a political representation as linguistic term. How post-structuralist approach impact to the way of anthropologists and sociologists, particularly anthropologists doing a field work in society. Okay, next. So what happened after that in Southeast Asian studies? You can see, for example, like people when they or ethnographer go when conducting research in the field, they can't isolate the phenomenon or the practice of Islam from the regional or global context. So it's Islam in an era of nation state. How we define Islam? What is Islam in an era of nation state? When state regulates, for example, regulates people, you have to follow or you have to embrace. In Indonesia, for example, there is 5 or 6 official religion. So how Islam has to be connected with this kind of state in defining Islam. You can also the practice grace came to Kampung Islamic State in Urban Java. So there is a significant change. And the next, this is my Mina Kosaka is my supervisor. When she did a research in Gumai, and also Robert Hefner working on Hindu-Japanese entanglement, they tried to their case study within the debate of what is proper Islam introduced by state. So, for example, the argument they propose from these works, when people practice ritual, they publicizing the ritual as in line with the Islamic way of Islamic or Islam as state introduced to do it, but the meaning is still based on their religious belief. For example, Hinduism, or I don't know. This is like some argument that how people look at Islam in the context of nation state or the context of globalization or something like that. Next, another new context is that 9/11. After the 9/11, the topics emerged significantly. People starting to talk terrorism, Islamism, and then post-Islam radicalism. And then, as an anthropologist, there is a reflexive discussion. They said that I refer to Amir Mittermeier, I could, but in different emphasis. Too much Islamism in the study of Islam. Too much Islam or Islamism in the study of Islam. So the impact of the 9/11 is quite significant for us in academia, because so many funding coming to conduct research. And then in Indonesia maybe moderasi Islam moderat gitu ya, atau moderasi beragama. So we are trapped within this debate, and then there is no reflexive discussion about it. So in referring to Amir Mittermeier, too much Islam or Islamism in the study of Islam. And then scholars start to pay attention on different point. They start from doing a macro politics by seeing people who, for example, like maintaining the beard or pakai celana congkrang, sometimes associated with Salafism or terrorism. But recent research, they try to switch from macro politics to make this from articulating Islam to being a Muslim. Next, I think the most important words in academia in relation to the debate of macro practices written by Salam Mahmud and Charles Hussein. It's suami istri ya. Salam Mahmud conducted research in Egypt by observing 3 mosques with different level, from the upper class, middle class, and lower class, and then instead stating that people who try to become a pious and everyday life as an Islamist or Islamist who try to capture the state and establish an Islamic state, Salam Mahmud said that this kind of ethical self-improvement, for example, saya berusaha bangun, I try to wake up every midnight to perform salat tahajud, for example, like Pak Yai Muzammil, he performed 20 rakaat salat duha. So it's like a kind of ethical disposition to make a. So when we meet people who try to become a pious, how come we say you are Islamist? You are an Islamist who try to capture the state. So it's like, from macro politics to micro practices. And the second one is written by Charles Hussein, Ethical Soundscape. He conducted research about listening to the cassette dakwah in Egypt. How a fully attention or listening with fully attention to the ceramah can invigorate or cultivate ethical disposition. Sometimes you can cry and then ingat Tuhan, takwa, something like that. Okay, next. And all of these previous work, are inspired by their supervisor, their teacher, Talal Azhar. Yeah. But if we read it, I regularly read this book, and it's quite difficult, right, to understand how Talal Azhar tried to write about Islam and Muslim. But these 2 books, Genealogies of Religion and Formation of the Secular, are really important as a basis to talk about how religion is divine, or how religion, sorry, it's quite difficult to explain. the concept of secular could mana cara menjelaskannya? The secular is an epistemic category, ya. Jadi pembentukan the secular itu sebagai sebuah kategori epistemik itu juga terkait dengan bagaimana agama itu didefinisikan. Itu misalnya. Jadi ada interchange. In this book he introduced the anthropology of secularism, which currently next. So when we talk about anthropology of Islam, as I previously mentioned, there are at least three recently after Sabah Mahmud and Charles Skin talk about discursive tradition. They emphasize on particularly three aspects about agency and piety, and then deliberative and disciplinary, or introduce pious ear, telinga yang soleh, and then sense and embodiment. So if you read Charles Skin article about pious ear, ini banyak dari Quranic hadisnya. Fa'idha quri'al Qur'an fastami'u lahu wa ansitu la'allakum turhamun. Nah itu biar kelihatan soleh lah saya. Nah, so when people listen to the Quranic recitation with fully attention, ada di sini pious ear, ya. Ada ethical disposition to become a pious, ada ethical self improvement, menjadi baik gitu. Tapi if you listen to the Quran without any attention, seperti mendengar musik dangdut sambil lewat, itu khatamallahu alaihim. So ini the way of scholarly discussion, how discursive tradition about mendengarkan Quran, mendengarkan religious teaching in discursive tradition diteoretisasikan ke dalam debat mengenai akademik. Ini yang sebenarnya modern. Kalau kita ini apologetik, kalau bahasan saya lihat, kalau ini enggak. Jadi bagaimana as a student try to engage with the big deal of scholar talking about agency, talking about ethical disposition, something like that. And the second topic, for example, submission to God, as an agency. Previously, in modern theory, in modern social science, if you feel suffering or merasa Anda tidak punya kekuatan, Anda nggak punya agency. But Asad, when he introduced the notion pain and agency, when people try to bangun malam, itu mudah atau tidak? It's not easy. Bangun malam zikir kayak beliau Pak Yai kali sehari misalnya, sedikit ya 1000 kali. Itu mudah atau tidak? It's not easy. But the way to dengan sadar consciously to do this as an agency. Jadi itu Tal Asad introduce the notion of agency with a different notion with the scholarly debate on agency. And the last about sense and embodiment. Okay, next. Tidur. You can see here affective and previously talk about linguistic term, but recently affective and sensory term. I think Samia will explore about it maybe. Affective and sensory term. So what embodiment, talking about recitation of the Quran or learning of Quran in Islamic, gerak-gerak badan kayak gini misalnya, atau cara menghafal. So there is embodied knowledge. Mempelajari sesuatu itu tidak hanya terbatas pada kognitif, tapi menubuh. Seperti yang when I was talking about listening to the kaset dakwah. So the sensory of sensual anthropology, they call it, intersect with the discursive tradition. So it's quite different with the previous discussion about linguistic term. Next. This is some example, like how talking about bodies is also related to immaterial bodies, or we call it subjectivity. And then doing ethnography, itu tidak lagi semata-mata you go to the field and then interview people, observe people with your vision, but you have to do with your fully attention with sensory. It's recently by Sarah Pink, because her name is Pink, so the color of the book also pink. Okay, next. Okay, this is the first. The second one, after Sabah Mahmud and Charles Skin, quite, when they publish their books, and then so many debate in academic journals, many people discuss about what is piety, and then after that, scholars, for example, Amir Mittermeier, Samuel Skilki, try to challenge. They ask the question, emang semua orang pengen soleh? How about ordinary people? Bukankah iman itu Yazid wayangkus gitu kira-kira lah ya? Jadi soleh saya di sini ya. Jadi soleh dah. Iman itu Yazid wayangkus. Sometimes as ordinary people, you didn't intend to, for example, like setiap hari harus bangun malam. Kadang-kadang ya bangunnya bisa jam 7 gitu. Subhan di sini namanya saja. Salat subuh dan duha. Itu bisa. So how recent discussion in sociology, everyday sociology or everyday religion in US and Europe, impact to the scholar to anthropologists who have interested in conducting this in Muslim society, then to challenge Talal Asad and his student about grand scheme, menjadi being a pious sometimes in ambiguity and fractures, ya. Jadi kadang bangun malam, kadang tidak, kadang ya begitulah gitu kira-kira. Okay, next. So I try to link the broad debate to the Southeast Asian studies. Next. So how the impact of Sabah Mahmud research to Southeast Asian scholar? Sylvia Priest talking about submitting to God. Her research is about ibu-ibu pengajian di Malaysia. So in Indonesia, I think many people have jamaah congregation, Islamic study group, and then they recite Yasin, and then macam-macam. So they connect people who regularly try to attend the Islamic congregation to try to improve their taqwa, submitting to God. Submitting to God is an agency, bukan opresi. And then this is David Close, also how Sabah Mahmud idea about politics of piety influence to his analysis about better Muslim in Aceh. Next. So this is about studies in Padang, Jerry Simon. He talked about the moral ambiguity, orang yang mengerjakan sholat dan tidak mengerjakan sholat. So this is an example of everyday or ordinary Islam. But the second one is also influenced by Sabah Mahmud, mobilizing piety. Rachel Rinaldo. Okay, next. This is written by Indonesian scholar Ismail Fajri Alatas, what is religious authority, and then the second one is Eva Ifnisa, Festival Women in Contemporary Indonesia. This is published. I think if Eva Ifnisa's works published in 2023, Ismail Fajri in 2002. The next, what they want to engage with. So being a Muslim, for example, like Fajr Atas, is not simply as following the discursive religion. There is a prescriptive discourse, exploratory. Idea is taken or inspired by what is Islam, Syekh Ahmad. And then Ivanisa, when she observed female women in various boarding school or jamaah, and then she found about concept of ta'at. taat as an agency. Ini jadi teorinya nih, si itu apa sih? Itu bukan dengan social agency, beda ya. Oke, next. Ini mau sudah selesai. Concluding remarks. Questioning the big question. Next. So, a discussion about what is Islam still ongoing, right? As Ismail Ajra Atas, still engaged with Syahib Ahmad idea when he tries to challenge Tal Asad idea about discursive religion, and there is prescriptive discourse of Islam or exploratory.
Excellent presentation. So now speaker is Mrs. Samia. Mrs. Samia, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am extremely honored and happy to be here today. As you know, Al-Makin opened its door to me when I was still 20 years old, so like 6-7 years ago. And I really found myself extremely inspired by the Islamic studies here, by the diversity of it, the diversity of approaches, methods that actually comforted me, like you said before, to go out of studying Islam with just focusing on Islamism, conservatism, rape, oppressed, blah, blah, blah. So today I would like to share some few thoughts. So I think your theoretical approach is just perfect because I don't need to explain the concept again. So thank you. And I will speak a little bit on women ulama and the new direction of Islamic studies here in Indonesia. So because I am a historian doing also a little bit of anthropology, I would of course look back at the past and to share with you some reflections of what lesson can we learn from the past, and especially we will try to reflect a little bit on the historiography and also some ways of building a historiography that is including also the histories of women that engage inside of the religious domain. And after that, we will look a little bit closer on the contribution of women inside the Islamic studies in Indonesia, to, for the last part, look at new directions, the need of new redefinitions, deconstruction, and where can we go? Just some questions. To start, I actually combined these two pictures. One was from the Kongres Perempuan Indonesia in 1928, and the second one is from the Kongres Ulama Perempuan in Indonesia, took last year in the Pesantren of Jepara. What is interesting between these both pictures is that actually the first Congress, what made this Congress not continue throughout the history was the question of family law. The question of family law, and specifically the question of polygamy and inheritance, that actually led to some division in between the women's movement, in between the different ideologies that were taken by the huge and diverse movement at that time. And I thought that it could actually relate to what now Kongres Ulama Perempuan Indonesia, because it is after a century after, almost a century after, we have women gathering and not only bringing Islamic knowledge, but like building transformative Islamic knowledge to enter this gap in between the normativity and also the Islamic thought. So let's go back a little bit in the past and reflect a little bit on lessons that we can learn from the past. As you may all be familiar with, we face in historiography a phenomenon that is commonly called the marginalization of women. And this, there is different reasons for that. First of all, because history is until now a male-dominated discipline. So of course, when you're a man, you will have a male gaze on the sources. Also because of the sources on women are often silenced, because women were for a long time inside of the private domain, so commonly less written in the sources. And so historiography inside of the Islamic world, not only in Indonesia, but women were seen not as subject of Islamic knowledge, but they appeared more and more as the object of laws, of fatwa, or the commentaries of some behaviors and doctrines throughout the centuries. However, this is also the result of ways and methodologies on how we read the sources. So we can also choose to have a more bottom and micro analysis on the sources that will not look at history on some major event that burst, tapi more on a longue durée, kalau bahasa Prancisnya dari Fernand Braudel. So we look at history as an evolution of the structure, and this is all done by micro tiny evolution. So for example, instead of just looking at the history of the women's movement by saying, 1928 they did a congress that didn't work at the end, but we will more look, for example, inside one woman organization, the first time that women were allowed to give a speech in front of a mixed assembly. Because this, for some people, they will not really look at it, but this is important. Because as you reminded again earlier during your presentation, it is not only the event that matter, but it is the discursive elements and also the body and the agency that is allowed. And actually in Nusantara, we are extremely lucky, and this is what also made me really passionate about this subject, because we have a long scholastic tradition in which women were involved since institutionally the beginning of the 20th century. But actually when we look even long way before, we have since the 17th, 18th century some sources that actually depict some women that mandated some Islamic manuscripts. However, we have in history some work, for example, from Antonia Reid that depicts the autonomy of women in Southeast Asia, economically, socially, but rarely we have an attention paid on the religiosity. So religion is always left behind. And because we are in Georgia, I can, for example, remind you just one example that comes to my mind now. It is the work that has been mandated by Ratu Pakubuwana Dua, that actually we have in the sources. This is an amazing work done by Riklef in his work, The Unseen Words. That is explaining that she didn't only mandate, because also this is the limitation of language. If we just translate it in English, mungkin it's like commission. And when we say commission a work, a manuscript, it's supposed to just be like, I'm ordering from you, I'm going to pay it, and you have to deal with it. You have to write it and think. But his research actually showed that she influenced and she actually dictated the content of this manuscript. It was a series of manuscripts, and she actually, I see her as what I called the guardian of a mystical synthesis. That is not only about, I like the concept of synthesis, because it is not only mysticism and saying that Javanese Muslim are nominal Muslim, which I do not really agree intellectually, and I think we all agree on this. But actually it is the combination and the production of Islamic work, Islamic manuscripts that are inspired by the Quran, the tradition of Hadith, but also by making all of this knowledge speak to the people in Java by giving elements of how can I say, like bridging the Islamic tradition from the Middle East. since reformasi, and actually when I started to prepare Institute on my dates of birth. We go out a big tokoh-tokoh, but we start to build knowledge also on the lives of Muslim women, also on some social issues, discriminations that are happening, and producing scientific knowledge with sociological, anthropological, historian methodologies that are extremely important to build transformative knowledge and that can lead to the contribution of women ulema to, I will say, progressive Islam, to not be ideologically identified, but that is also extremely important for the future, I think, of women in Indonesia, Muslim women in Indonesia. I think also it is very important inside of this department to not only look at women religious organization as social organization, but to also develop some accurate methodology in order to research on how women in this context are becoming subject of thoughts, are producing knowledge, are producing methodologies, and are contributing to also how can I say, protect the national ideology and Pancasila. And this is, of course, nationally, but also in terms of soft power. For example, Congress Ulama Perempuan Indonesia, they also had an international conference in which a lot of women activists from different Muslim countries came and attended the conference. And they were actually, most of them, quite amazingly surprised by the work of this Congress, but it is the same for example, the branches of Aisha all over the world, or Nashatul Aisha, Musliman. These also have an extremely soft power, I would say, impact in the world. I think this is just some reflection, and we can develop all of this with more specific question from the audience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Najib and Ms. Samia for excellent presentation. Before we move on to question and answer session, I would like to have some question. My first question is, what are some of practical application and application for your research? For what's implication for this topic for your research, and then how it can benefit for society and industry? What of you? What's the benefit for your topic for this presentation?
Well, about the benefit, I always try to protect my objectivity regarding my topic of research, even if I am a woman, and of course I have also some personal opinion, but it is extremely important to, what I am producing now is more a panorama of how women are depicted as, how they negotiate with these depictions, and how they actually produce their own thoughts about their condition, but also about their religious identity and practices. So, but of course we are humans, and we all have hopes for this world, especially in the context that we are now, and all the events that are happening in the world. And I wish, actually writing history, it is extremely important for some movement to find their legitimacy. And of course, when women start to engage into the religious into the religious domain, it can also be contested. The religious authority can be contested, not only because some interpretation do not allow it, but also because some other kind of describe it. So I wish that by writing this history of thoughts, we have inside the history of Islam in Indonesia also the women's voices, and the diverse women's voices that actually contributed to build a tradition of Islamic thoughts that are now living here, because I believe that we all need to know our past to vision and envision the future.
Thank you. What is the benefit for us? So many things, right? Okay, for our academic milieu and environment, unfortunately, I haven't found any significant debate about, research on this topic. If we refer to the scholarly journals, for example, like How Journal, How it's a Journal of Anthropology, they put still they stick with the debate about being a Muslim. Is it referred to grand scheme or ordinary life? And then recent publication from Journal Political Theology, I think 2022, someone from Middle East, I forgot his name, someone. He tried to re-articulate what does it mean, what is discursive tradition, and then laying the debate to Sheikh Ahmad, to Samira Hajj, reconfiguring Islamic tradition, or I don't know, so many people recently. But in our academic milieu in Indonesia, I haven't found any debate about this. So I don't know. I think we have to linkage to the broader academic debate in order to contribute to the knowledge instead of situating ourselves in Sapen or only at UIN. Okay, for the methodology, doing a research about being Muslim, we try to understand the complexities of Muslim and being sympathetic, empathetic. Because if you start to do a research from distance, and then take a theory as ready to use, there is a theory, Islamism, and then we take Islamism as a tool of analysis to see our data without critically assess our data and also critically assess how the theory is built up. So we are trapped by there is no knowledge production. We only repeating a discussion and then trapped with the assumption. Yeah, Islamis, yeah, radicalis, yeah, something like that. So we have to do a research seperti Samia dari Prancis pergi ke Indonesia untuk mencari wanita muslimah kira-kira gitu ya. Nah itu kira-kira, jadi tidak mengambil dari jauh, Mungkin itu benefitnya. Saya tidak tahu kalau benefit yang lain. I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. And now we move to question and answer session. And we limit two question and for audience. So please raise your hand and then say your name to our speakers. Please a microphone and then say your name as for your question.
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your great presentation. I'm Miss Buhudri. I'm from PTIK Jakarta, but deep down in my heart, I'm still anak ideologi UN Sunan Kalijaga. I would like to ask you, Miss Samia, about the simple thing of the term of ulama. Actually, I'm from ulama program Istiqlal Mosque, one of a program of LPDP collaborated with University of PTIK, Istiqlal Mosque, and several ministers like Kemen PPA. I'm very confused. If the term can be given or just can be obtained with the program like my program, or we need to defining the term. What is your position about the term? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. It is actually one of the chapter of my dissertation. Jadi pusing gini mau jawabnya gimana ya? No, but it is an extremely important term. Actually, I decided in my work to take it more as a category in which we look how women engage with Islamic domain, yeah, in terms of knowledge. So, of course, every term, every concept have a different signification according to the context. So, for example, now when we're talking about ulama perempuan, mungkin kebanyakan orang sekarang akan memikir tentang ubi ya. But as a historian, we have to understand what would it mean in every historical context. So, for example, if I look at Rohmaniyyah, I will not call her as ulama perempuan, but I will use the term that she used to define herself, which was sheikha. Or like some other one would be mubalira or ustaza. But we, as a historian and anthropologist, we need to find a big category in which we can put all of this. But my job, and wish me luck, is to actually understand all this panorama of thoughts. What did it mean concretely? So, as being engaged into the really, I don't know. For example, one ketua organisasi Aisyah tahunan 1940-an ya gitu. What was happening in there? What was the knowledge that this woman got? How did she got it? And what is she doing with this knowledge? So that's why we cannot. It is not like when we will think about ulama seperti tokoh-tokoh ya. First, I cannot say tomorrow, "Hai, saya ulama perempuan." Enggak juga kan? Aku masih jauh kan, masih sholat. Subha. Aku masih tim Subha, sorry. Agak liberal soalnya, capek jet lag. But sorry, yeah, I'm still ashamed about it, but I'm gonna work on it. But we need to actually to understand, yeah, the conditions of production of the woman, the access of the knowledge, and what will this woman will do with this knowledge.
And what are the kind of, for example, in the 1920s, it was through majalah, yeah, menulis dalam majalah, terbit majalah, and then the Islamic knowledge will be spread. And inside of this newspaper, we have a lot of articles regarding women's condition. Now, when we're talking more contemporary, but this is not, I mean, Kupi and this movement didn't happen all of a sudden, as you know. It is the result of a long tradition of microevolution. So there is not one definition, there is a plurality of definition, and I'm trying my best to be as precise about what did that mean in what kind of context. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Okay, now some for question. Okay, please say your name and answer for your question.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Firman. I'm from Sociology of Religion. I'm also was a student of M. Samia and very grateful to meet here. By the way, I'm not gonna bite around the bus, but you know, like today is my sublimation class in virtual community, so I will asking about some kind of futurist discourse. The question is like, how do women, ulemas, use an online media platform to maintain, to disseminate their feminicide fatwa and interpretation of Islam, and what the challenge and opportunity that they will face in engaging in wider digital societies and authorization and virtual space. Thank you. I hope you understand it's not be complicated. Thank you.
Okay, it's like FIFA. Okay, yeah, your question about how digital society, digital context and digital society impact to the Islam. You know that's it. Okay. Let me give you an example. In 1980s, maybe Adorno, right? I think he argued about, or he proposed an idea of mobile privatization. Mobile privatization during that time when television emerged. Adorno explained about when people during the industrial time working every day in the industry, they don't talk with others and then they only focus on making, for example, like bottle, and then don't catch or mingle with people, and then return back home and then watch TV. TV is a private things, but when he or she watch the TV, the information, being global. For example, I watch here and then I understand, oh, there is something in the UK, for example. So it's mobile privatization. But recently, this theory, we can, during the social media, we have Android, mobile. So the layer may becoming smaller. And then it's privatization, right? Mobile privatization. Is it private or public? So many things you have to questioning the fixity of category. For example, you take a selfie and then you post in your social media. Everyday life, your everyday life, from bangun tidur sampai makan siang, is it private or public? So your religiosity has also changed significantly. Seperti sholat duha, alhamdulillah pagi ini sholat duha 20 rakaat. So how we define the meaning of riya? So if you are perform a riya, for example, no, I'm doing a dakwah. So many reasons behind this. And then the second one is about religious authority. Religious authority has changed significantly. Previously, ulama, for example, is like a traditional definition, referring to people who has a capacity to deliver a fatwa or have an educational Islamic educational background. But recently, if you can, how to modify or package your message in social media and then attract wider audience. You get many followers and viewers, and then you get an authority, becoming charismatic. Karismatik tau ya? Itu orang yang punya Honda karisma, itu karismatik. Oh ya, wow. Itu Honda karisma namanya. Okay, so religious authority change significantly as well. But how about transmission of knowledge? Dulu, people come to the kiai, listen, for example, like if you go to mosque and then listen to the preacher delivering Islamic teaching, you have to wear a proper dress, ya, pakai sarung atau pakai celana atau pakai apa. But if you watch live streaming like this, and then you can go to the toilet, how private and public also change significantly. So this is many things changed, but I don't know. We have to think of it. Thank you.
Yeah, we have to think about it. Transition, lancar. It is so many different changes of the way we are learning, the way we are experiencing our faith, and also the way we have access to a very wide perspective of Islam. And maybe I can give one example that is, I think, quite significant. It is about the program of Rohmaniyyah. She's a Bunyai Rohmaniyyah. She doesn't have a pesantren, but she's also one of the member of Kupi. And she launched Keadilan Gender Islam. Yeah. Before, when she started, I was following her. We were going from house to house, to acara, and then COVID came. And what she decided to do is to actually shift her program from offline to online. And her followers, maybe before the COVID period, was like 500 or something like this, and now it's like 40,000. And so when I discussed with her about this shift in her own trajectory of spreading her methodology and answering, especially on the topic of gender and Islam, she said, I got so many messages from followers because also she's not just ceramah pengajian on one topic, but she's always teaching, and you should listen to it, on her methodology and hermeneutical tool that led her to have these answers on some very specific legal issues. And she's saying that she got a lot of messages from people that telling her and women that, this woman, they could take care of their babies or cleaning the kitchen and cooking, but at the same time they had her life in the kitchen going on. And that by listening to her life, that changed some lives. And she said, now I'm not sure if I really want to write some books and stuff. Kan bosan, udah bikin live aja. So it's not, we're not here to say that it is better or less better, but there are a lot of changes occurring, and we have, especially that Indonesia is one of the biggest consumers of social media and internet in the world. We have a huge population here, and kalian so pintar sih bikin IG Reel, TikTok. It's really booming for me every time that I'm coming. I'm really inspired by this, but this is also used by so many different trends of here, and so I think we really need to look into the knowledge production, the transmission, the diffusion, and also how it is consumed by people. Like when I'm putting a live Instagram on a pengajian, am I really listening and behaving and with that, like I would be in the mosque, or am I just listening from one ear and then like scrolling if I have a WhatsApp message or something like this, So I think it would be very interesting for a student here to also look at these digital practices and employ. There are tons of methodology also on this. Karena itu sangat penting menurut saya. Yeah, thank you for your question. One of my good students also. I'm so happy to see you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Najib and Ms. Alia for answer. And now, who is your two question? Okay. So please say your name and ask for your question.
Okay, good morning everyone. I'm Harry. I'm from Center for Religious and Cross-Cultural Studies, Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia. So my question will deliver to Pak Najib. Thank you for a fruitful presentation. So as you mentioned in your talk, the scholarly anthropological consideration of being Muslim reflect two topics. First, it focuses on ethical self of Islamic doctrine, which I assume are related to the theological dimension. And second, it emerged in multiple forms of personhood in religious practice, which I assume phenomenological dimension. So, according to Houston Smith on Introduction to the Transcendent Unity of Religion by Fridtjof Schuon, he argued that the theological and phenomenological approaches are problematic. This is because the phenomenological approach is unbiased. However, it cannot escape the subject relative experiences. On the other hand, the theological approach preserves the concept of truth. However, it is biased because it forces to support one religion over another. So both theological and phenomenological approaches pull in opposite direction. So what are the best strategies for Islamic scholar like us in this university to respond to those approaches? So this is my question. And for the second speakers, my question is simple. Who has the authority to define ulama Muslim? That's all for
First is how being a Muslim is related to the way to cultivate an ethical disposition. It's not theological, but referring to discursive tradition, like I explained before, as mentioned in my presentation, when Charles Skin explained about listening to the dakwah, cassette dakwah in Egypt, he tried to connect the practice of listening with the idea of pious ear, for example, telinga yang soleh. So telinga yang soleh can be linked to the notion of mendengarkan dengan apa tadi? Idza quri'a al-Qur'an fastami'u lahu wa ansitu la'allakum turhamun, with fully attention. Lalu ada terbuka rasa menangis, rasa itu. Itu yang dimaksud the first trend in the study of being a Muslim, focusing on ethical self-improvement. The second one, itu criticizing. So being a Muslim is not merely on or practicing piety in everyday life. Seperti harus sholat tahajud, sholat duha. No. As an ordinary people, sometimes I perform or I practice religion because it's in line with my aspiration, life aspiration. I will give you an example. In the urban environment, many preachers encourage urban Muslim to become rich. And then he or she associate a rich person with the Rasulullah is rich, Sahabat is rich. When Nabi meminang Khadijah, he had onta named Al-Qaswa. I don't know in history. Al-Qaswa. And then the Kiai said Al-Qaswa, if we convert to the recent material things, is something similar with BMW, for example. So, in which reference the preacher referred to, we don't understand. But we have to understand under what condition, as a religious person, as a Muslim, try to link themselves to the recent phenomenon. Living in the urban area, wants to participate in global consumer society, and at the same time is also being a Muslim. So being rich and also a Muslim. So, but he need justification from funding tax. Menjadi soleh, menjadi kaya dan soleh. For example, like al-muslimul qawiyyu ahabbu indallah min al-muslimid da'if. You have to go to gym, for example. So it's like justification of being a Muslim recently. So it's a different way or how ordinary people engage with religion. So it's quite different with the theological or phenomenological aspect of Islam. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's a very interesting question. Actually, when we go back to the time of the Prophet, there is a very interesting book written by Asma Said on Muhadditha. And actually, she explained in her book that why women have been marginalized from Islamic thoughts. It's because to build a religious authority and to become ulama, one of the criteria was to travel. And when you travel, you build networks. And of course, because women couldn't travel for some, with the development and the institutionalization of religion, this kind of marginalized them from this. So to ask ourselves who have the authority to say who is ulama, for me, one of criteria, I mean, typology that I'm still developing, so it's not completely over, but one of the main criteria is the recognition from community. Yeah? So if the community is recognizing this person, then as a historian or as an anthropologist, I'm not here to say it's an ulama or not, I'm just taking it and putting into these categories. But if you want to add something, my dear friend? No? Okay. Thank you.
Close to our speakers. Okay, thank you, Mr. Najib and Ms. Samia, for your excellent answer and for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. I'm sure our audience has gained a lot of valuable insight from you today. Okay, thank you. So we also had a lively and interesting discussion and question from the audience. Thank you for your active involvement and contribution. So before we come to end of the seminar, I would like to thank our speakers once again for their time and expertise. Let's give them a big round of applause. And I would also like to thank the organizer and sponsors of this seminar for making this event possible. Please give them a hand as well. And finally, I would like to thank you all for joining us today. I hope you have learned something new and useful from this seminar. So, before I come to end, and I would like to introduction potassium and will this floor by Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, the floor is yours. Please give them applause.
So, Mas Kowi, I have slide to be shown here. Please help me. We would like to say thanks to both Mas Najib and Mbak Samia for your wonderful presentation. Applause once again to our both speakers. Do you want to join us until the end of the day, or so yeah, feel free to leave us because this is in the student symposium. Okay, once again, terima kasih Mas Najib dan Ibu Samia. Okay, students, we will have one round of presentation until 12:25. So we will hear in very soon for presentation by each of Restu Amalia, Abdul Qawi Nasrun, Muhammad Saifun Nuha, and Muhammad Nurul Umam. As I have already give you a brief summary in the technical meeting, one of you will have another discussion, so be ready for that. Thank you also Pak Shofiyullah Muzammil for coming. Give a round of applause for him, for his full support financially and psychologically. Okay, so this is the context of our symposium. I'm sure that you are already familiar with Majid Daneshkar's book, Studying Quran in the Muslim Academy, published in 2020. This book has struck us like a thunder because he claimed that the Muslim Academy is sectarian, apologetic, theological, dogmatic, defensive, descriptive, anti. Very huge claim here. But we also have to thank Majid Daneshkar because he mentioned in one of her chapters that Indonesia and Malaysia should be other center of the Islamic civilization, because Indonesia, Malaysia, maybe Persia, Iran, and other part of the Islam outside the Middle East, they are never considered as important in terms of doing Islamic studies. For example, is this monograph. Next slide, please. Here is a monograph written by Ahmed El-Shamsi. When he says the Islamic classic, he means here the Arabic Islamic scholarly tradition. So Indonesia, Malaysia, and other eastern part of Islamic civilization are excluded. I think we do agree with Majid Daneshkar's point of view. He says that okay, a bunch of students are leaving us. It's okay, thanks for coming. So I repeat once again, Orientalism need to take into account these languages and these particular areas. So Orientalists need to pay more attention to what happened in Indonesia, what happened in Malaysia, and what happened in eastern part of Islamic civilization. I think we should be thankful to Majid for that point. Next. But it is too early to conclude whether Majid Daneshkar's book has influenced the direction of Islamic studies. I do believe that many of us will use Daneshkar's book to, like for primary reference in continuing the cyclical view of the continuity of Islamic studies. But others, maybe they will be very critical and they will think twice to use Majid Daneshkar's point of view. Next. So I think we have right to determine what our Islamic studies should look like. We are not to be afraid to be called apologetic, and we could absolutely create our own way of doing Islamic studies. So in that context, we hold this conference. Next slide, please. Islamic studies in Islamic universities, past, present, and future. And we want to bring up some questions that we already published to you earlier. Islamic studies in the East and the West. What about the scientific paradigm of Islamic studies in Indonesian PTKIs? I know many of you come from Yogyakarta, another from PTIG Jakarta, and also from UII, and also from Purwokerto. So this is, I think, a very interesting occasion to share idea about what is Islamic studies in your own university. And there are some reasons about trend in Islamic studies at our universities, and also what about the pesantren and madrasah. We have a very specific panel talking about Islamic studies in pesantren. Will be held tomorrow, I think. And then we have to ask another question about the development of the involvement of the digital and media and the AI, and how they sort of influence our way of doing Islamic studies. And also, what about the popular Islamic studies? This is very interesting that tomorrow we will have presentation on some YouTube channel and some Instagram account, and how does it relate to Islamic studies, which is also a very interesting, I promise. Next slide, please. So here are some questions that we need to take into account. This is just our way to give you guideline to discuss later. For instance, how has Islamic studies in Indonesian PTAIS evolved over the year? What are the key historical figures, institutions, movements that have shaped our Islamic studies? How is the curriculum for Islamic studies structured in our own universities? And then what teaching methods and pedagogical approach are used, and how are they adapting to contemporary need and challenges? How can interdisciplinary approach enhance the study of Islam? As we already witnessed by the two presenters before about how to use anthropology as part of our doing Islamic studies.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the committee for giving me opportunity to present my paper here. Because I just have limited time, so I'll present it as brief as possible, and also I hope I can get insightful response from you all, because actually I make disclaimer because my paper is not yet complete. So please give me insightful response. Okay, thank you. I will present my paper entitled Research Trends on Contextualist Approaches at Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. Tracking for last 10 years. Okay. Oh, I have sent my PPT, but okay. For introduction, as we know, modernity has posed some challenges, so that's why many scholars attempt to reconstruct methodology to interpret the Quran. And we see that over 3 decades, there are many scholars attempt to do that, to renewal interpretative approach, like as we know, tafsir kontekstual, taufik amal, dan tafsir reformatif, tafsir tafsir transformative dalam and to say. So there are no recent studies talking about recent trend. So next and next. So my paper aims to examine the latest or trend on contextual approach at Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta, and examine what factor contributing to this trend. So why I choose UIN Sunan Kalijaga as my object research, because if you know at Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta we know two scholars attempt to renewal interpretative approach. They propose contextualist approach under brand Tafsir Maqasidi and Makna Kumangza. So this research will see how two approaches have been used to interpret Quran and Sunan Kalijaga. So we divided into, we collecting data from bachelor thesis, master thesis, and also dissertation to know how they using this approach in academic. So we divided it into two periods. First, from 2013 till 2018, the first 5 years, and second from 2019 till now. So we divided into clusters to see the significant development of it. Okay. Yes, and we found from the first 5 years, only one studies discuss about Pak Sairon talk, and 5 studies talk about Tafsir Maqasidi. But from 2019, we found that the significant growing, the significant development Makna Kumangza 45 and Tafsir Maqasidi 31. So next, what factors contributing to this trend? What do you think? Is that because power relation? As we know, because Pak Sahiron also Pak Mustaqim are lecturer at Sunan Kalijaga and also have pesantren, so they can promote these approaches or to santri or their student, or suggest to use that, or it's because of dissemination. As we know, past 5 years, they have in current speech, yeah, maybe it's inspiring many people to use that, or no, because I don't have data for it, so I just want to make any possibility. Maybe it's possible, but I don't have data to prove of support it. Okay, next. Yes, for my research, I argue that many research use Makna Kumangza and Tafsir Maqasidi merely as formality to complete their studies. So why I say that? Because what I know about Tafsir Maqasidi, about contextualist approach, that there are need to I found that I use parameter to classify whether it's just for formality or not. I see that there's no need to use this approach, or the discussed step first don't need to be contextualized or do not fit the growing historical context of Indonesia. Next, yes, this I'll see you. What I think the studies is not relevant using these approaches or relevant because of parameter I mentioned before. Next. Next. Yeah. Okay. Yes, from this I'll show you that the conclusion use makna kumangza is so intuitive and also general. We must be professionally in our field. So is that we need to seek justification for the Quran or what? I think the conclusion is too general. Next. Next. Okay. But I will say maybe I have different perspective from who purpose these approaches and from who use these approaches to improve Quran. Because maybe for who purpose these approaches want to be used universally, or for who using these approaches feel that every verse must be read contextually in order to get the significant ayah to be applied. No, I think it's enough. So at the end, I'll say that this research open many possibility and still need further investigation.
You have also the HD cable, so in case you want to operate your device by your own, it is also possible. So Mas Nuril Umam Al-Azhari.
Thank you for the time, and what a great presentation from you, even if it's still open the gate or the door to be development hereafter. Some point that I have found in there is that in this UIN, Sunan Kalijaga, that encourage or something that push the academics, scholar, to doing something and a research. I think I said a research is that there were two main scholars. There were Mr. Sayyid Samsuddin and the other one with this Tafsir Maqasidi and Makna Kumaksa at his presentation, or what they serve to promote and to teach, maybe, and to preach to each other, especially in this region of Yogyakarta and then in Sunan Kalijaga here. So that's something interesting that you say just now, that there are kind of some intuitive thing that encourage the scholar maybe to follow the path or follow the promote of what the two main scholar here is trying to say, or try to develop in the term of Quranic state, Quranic science and Quranic studies. So you were the student here, you were the scholar here. So what have you feel about what bring you here, especially to get a study about what they do. The two of them want to be. What I want to ask is, what's the intuitive thing that you say? Can you explain more about that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good question. Actually, in my bachelor thesis, I also read about two of them. So,
Put individually or put with comparatively?
comparatively, but it just in terms of the methodology to distinguish both of two approach.
So what bring you? What push you? Or it is that what did you say? It is intuitively from deep, or you have known these two from your childhood or something?
Okay, I'll start from what I said before. That for me, not every verse must be read contextually, but the reason we found that too many research discuss about it. So just it seems like actually the research doesn't need to use this approach to solve their academic problem, but they use it, yeah, just to find research problem. So let's see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to allow me to ask. My name Imam Sahal Ramdhani. My name Imam Sahal Ramdhani. Nice to meet you. I'm from Ciamis, West Java. Okay, I'm quite interested with your explanation, and my question is, why this theory or both of theory Mr. Sahiron and Mr. Abi Mustaqim less view or what is this? Escape from the view of the word scholar. Get it? Yes. I mean, why our local theory is less popular than another scholar from Arabic, from Europe maybe. I think this is the important question to ask based on your research. When I look to your data, to your chart, there are a small number of students in this university who use this theory. It is maybe more irony to us. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
From your question, why less popular? I don't know why. Might be because there is few studies in English in apa? What to say it? Published in English. So the other audience of other country can access it. It's because of bahasa. And actually, what I mean by there is formality, not to mean that their contribution is less or not, but I highlight how people just using it in order to complete their studies, just do it. So as I mentioned before, intuitive, it means like they conclude the conclusion from this approaches. So yeah, so just so random, how to say. I think so.
check. This is maybe the simple response to your excellent presentation. Before all the thing, before the hype of makna magza, tafsir makasidi, we can forget how about the living Quran occupy in important position. Maybe we must mention, if you're talking about the popular research in Jogja, I'm from Jogja too, and I know exactly how the living Quran have important position in all of the UN in Indonesia. Jogja very first time talking about living, and then I know the makna kumakza and tafsir makosidi hype in maybe how to say 5 years, in the last 5 years, and then we must mention living Quran because the very first time the popular theme and the popular research in Jogja talking about living. This is the first simple response for yours. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for your response. I actually noticed that yes, living Quran become mainstream. In maybe 10 years later, it's also until now. But my study just focus on contextualist approach. So I didn't, oh, what to say? I didn't extend my research to another theme.
Okay, for this opportunity. Okay, my question is related to what you have explained to us, because you say the term like too general, they do not need to use the theories. So what are your reason to say this statement? Because I believe all of the thesis or like bachelor's thesis have advanced their draft in the defense time. So what are your reason to state this position? Thank you.
Thank you. As I said before, the parameter I use to classify to classify whether it's relevant using this or irrelevant. Yeah, I see there no need to use this approach because there need to the tafsir there need to be contextualist, not to solve this current context problem in current context.
Chloe Nasrun, come here. As a presenter, you are free to add a seat or you may stand up and use the standing mic. So Mas Kowi will be still talking about what happened in UIN Sunan Kalijaga, unfortunately, and then we will come to other presenter about UIN Jakarta and UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This time my turn. The decline of classical and medieval tafsir studies. A preliminary survey of 5 state Islamic religion universities PTKIN in Indonesia from 2018 to 2023. Next slide. Material of classical and medieval interpretive material is very important to product in ideals preserve interpretive traditional with the foundation of civilization. However, some Indonesian tafsir academic are of the opinion the studying classical and medieval tafsir has reached at that end, and the sub-books are repetitive and uninteresting. This perspective stands in stark contrast to the importance of thesis materials. This research aims to examine the themes and content of the thesis for contemporary interpretive methodology. In addition, during the period 2018 to 2023, contemporary interpretation methodology was most preferred. The topics of the Quran, contextualist and hermeneutic were discussed 18 times, while the topics of the exegesis in Islamic boarding schools and the integration of the Quran and science were discussion 13 times. Still, related to the study of the Quran in the modern Islamic world outside Indonesia, 20 theses focused on Fazlur Rahman's thought, with the remaining equality highlight certain aspects of the idols explained by Muhammad, Tahir Ibn Asur, Bintu Syati, Abdullah Sayyid, Aminah Wadud, and Asghar Ali Jr. Next slide. Tafsir studies in Indonesia. Furthermore, the studies stems which become the second main discussion in these 5 years was around interpretive thing in modern Indonesia. 21% Win Sunan Ampel and Win Sunan Gunung Jati, the works of Muhammad Quraisyah and M.Ag are the ones most frequently risk the following studies of the center viewers. 27 describes the general development of tafsir studies in Indonesia respectively in terms of history, use of media, use of social media and politics. As for the living Quran, scope and faith, certain part of the Al-Quran according to the perspective of the local community, such as khuruj for the perspective of the local community, tabligh, jamaah tabligh, pemekasan regency. Effectiveness of memorize the Quran in santri and study of its practicals in Islam boarding school. There is also a theoretical studies regarding the living Quran in Hadith, convert recent half 18% of the total thesis at Win Sunan Ampel and UIN Sunan Gunung Jati. The declining ambition to interpret the Quran and direct to after studies in early and middle ages. For UIN Sunan Ampel and UIN Sunan Gunung Jati, our survey saw a drastic decline in interest in research that explore the meaning of the Quran directly. There are only 60 and 116 UIN Sunan Kalijaga, UIN Gunung Jati. That could read this gender, 67 of which are reading the thematic interpretive anatomy. For UIN Syarif Hidayatullah and Maulana Malik Ibrahim and UIN Sunan Kalijaga is other state Islamic religious universities, namely at the State Islamic University, UIN Sunan Kalijaga, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim, and UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, the number of theses on classical and medieval interpretation topic in recent years has lost in popularity to other topics. The three topics at UIN Sunan Kalijaga are Indonesia Tafsir, Modern Era, Muslim Tafsir, and Thematic Tafsir. Living Quran, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah was ranked even in 2021. Only 5 theses specifically discuss tafsir books, one of which was Tafsir Al-Baghawi. Conclusion: the phenomena of catatonic interest in the study of medieval commentary and be explained from several points of view. First, the rapid development of technology makes access to classical and medieval books easier. The Maktaba Syamilah browser, for example, hundreds of books for various genres can be searched in a short time. This familiarity with classical, the medieval world, brings scholars close to the books in question, and psychology makes them feel that they know the content, the characteristic of its book. Second, even for academics, studies medieval interpretation is not easy because it is requires a lot of reading and about one or several figures in the certain period of study. The lack of symbolic capital. Apart from economy and cultural capital, which is the domain discourse capital or doxa according to Buddhism, which has great potential in mainstreaming the study of classical and medieval interpretation. The author sees the presence of lecture and studies. For example, digital platforms have the potential to help growing the discourse on classical and medieval interpretive studies. Lecture, the students who have a good background and are very authoritative in speaking and delivering to academic and general audience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Applause for Mas Kowi. Before going to Mbak Restu, are you preparing something to ask? But I have a question first because your presentation is also dealing with my curiosity so far. I'm wondering about your third point. Could you please open it for us? I'm not quite sure what you mean by your third argument. Operator, please. slide before this slide. So this is for me something, yeah, this one, something new when you are trying to connect between the decline of the studies on the tafsir literature with the lack of symbolic capital. I'm not quite sure what you mean by symbolic capital. Could you please elaborate for us further about this point?
I promise untuk speak Indonesia. Okay, thank you very much. Oke, untuk poin yang terakhir yang saya tambahkan pada conclusion saya, yaitu ada 3 syarat yang disampaikan oleh Budhe tentang bagaimana kita menjadikan sebuah ada teorinya, teori tentang doksa itu ada tiga syarat, yaitu ekonomi, kultural, dan simbolik. Di sini jika kita ingin menjadikan sebuah semisal studi tafsir klasik dan pertengahan sebagai dominal discourse di era yang sekarang, maka menurut teori tersebut dia mengatakan bahwa harus kita memiliki 3. Yang pertama yaitu ekonomi. Kalau dari argumen kami dalam hal ekonomi, pendanaan yang diberikan oleh pemerintah melalui LPDP, BRIN, dan lain sebagainya itu sudah cukup untuk mendorong kita melakukan studi terhadap kitab klasik. Yang kedua, secara kultur itu kita di Indonesia telah disokong oleh tradisi yang telah ditanamkan oleh para ulama, yaitu pondok pesantren, dan hal ini memberikan sebuah nilai tambah untuk Indonesia berbeda dengan negara lain, bahwa orang Indonesia sedikit banyak memiliki kader-kader yang bisa mengelaborasi kitab-kitab al-turos, kitab-kitab berbahasa Arab. Dan yang ketiga, nilai simbolik. Nah, nilai simbolik ini sangat penting. Dalam hal ini, jika yang tampil di dalam media sosial itu adalah tokoh anak muda atau bahkan dosen yang muda, bahkan dosen yang tua, yang dengan cara dia menyampaikan pelajaran tentang studi kitab tafsir klasik maupun pertengahan dengan cara-cara yang dapat diterima oleh anak muda, mungkin kalau dari argumen penulis berpikir bahwa dengan cara seperti itu maka studi kitab tafsir pertengahan dan studi kitab tafsir klasik dan pertengahan bisa kembali kepada titik kejayaannya dulu.
Restu. Be back to English.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. First of all, thanks for your beautiful presentation. But I see from your paper, actually, they're not footnote. Why? And the second, I'm wondering how you conclude that the familiarity with the classical and medieval work brings scholar closer to the book in question, makes them feel that they know the content and characteristic. I think what you conclude in your conclusion is not based on data you present, but I think it seems like it's just your assumption. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Untuk pertanyaan yang pertama, jadi kenapa tidak ada footnote? Karena tidak saya cantumkan sengaja. Sebenarnya kalau di draft saya itu ada, tapi karena ketika technical meeting itu kan disampaikan bahwa nanti diberikan waktu beberapa bulan untuk melengkapi draft tersebut. Nah, untuk draft saya itu ada untuk footnote-footnote-nya, tapi yang untuk yang saya upload tidak saya cantumkan. Seperti itu. Untuk yang kedua, mungkin penjabaran saya kenapa tidak ditemukan dalam itu ya presentasinya, tapi kok di conclusionnya ada. Itu saya sengaja juga untuk mempersingkat, karena I think 10 menit itu kayak agak sulit untuk menjelaskan dari conclusion yang punya saya.
Oh ya, maksud yang saya tanyakan adalah kenapa konklusi yang kamu buat seperti itu tidak berdasarkan data yang sudah dipresentasikan. Kayak kesannya konklusinya terlalu asumtif gitu.
Oke. Apakah kita tunggu azannya selesai dulu atau lanjut? Oke, saya lanjut aja. Nah, jadi hasil yang ingin saya tampilkan dari tulisan saya ya itu Mbak. Saya ingin menampilkan bahwa oh ya, di abstrak saya kalau jenengan baca itu ada. Itu saya sampaikan bahwa saya ingin menyampaikan tentang bagaimana decline menurunnya studi kitab tafsir pertengahan dan klasik itu dari tahun 2019 sampai 2023 itu apakah menurun atau tidak, itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, faktor apa yang menjadikan hal tersebut menurun dan bagaimana untuk menaikkan pamor yang tadi turun sehingga naik lagi. Sebenarnya insya Allah kalau draft penuhnya udah selesai bisa lebih lengkap. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much.
There is a proverb saying that su'ul khuluqi yu'ti ya. I hope presenter after you do not repeat the way you present in Bahasa Indonesia, but it's totally understandable. So, give a round of applause for Mas Kowi.
Thank you very much. Tasyakur ejrim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, I still have one question. Why don't you mention studi tafsir in your presentation? But that's another story. So please welcome Mas Muhammad Saifun Nuha. Oke, silakan. So I think this is important and interesting because Mas Saifun Nuha will raise a question about whether our study are normative, apologetic, or academic. So let's hear Mas Saifun Nuha presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Muhammad Saifun Nuha. I come from Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, and my research topic is about the master thesis and doctoral dissertation at UIN Jakarta, Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UIN Jakarta. And my intention in this research is to study and to know, also to criticize about is the master thesis and doctoral dissertation at UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, is that apologetic studies or is that academic studies? So my title is The Discourse of Quranic Studies at Graduate School UIN Jakarta, 2011 until 2023 is academic studies or normative apologetic studies. Okay. The outline, next slide. The outline of this research is four chapter categories into four chapter. The first is introduction. Next slide. Okay. And the second is theory and data. The third is discussion and finding, and the last is the conclusion. Okay. The first outline introduction is I'm talking about research trends in Islamic studies at Indonesian PTKIS. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay. It can be seen in the projector that I do the mapping of the study of this research. Okay. This research focusing on the bachelor thesis, on the master thesis and doctoral dissertation, based on the object of the research, and from the theoretical aspect in this research, I do the apologetic and academic studies on the object of this research based on the prominent scholars' works such as Danesgar, Huges, and Anzur Ripin in his books and works. Okay, next slide. Discussion and finding normative studies between academic and apologetic. Okay, next slide. First of all, I want to share about my interpretative data that I got from the works of Majid Daskar, Anzur Ripin, and Aaron W. Huges. The first category is academic studies. What is academic studies? Academic studies is certainly academic scholarship that must free of religious dogma. It must be free from the tendency to make absolute claim. It does not accept anything as obvious. The freedom to ask questions of all kinds of text is central. That freedom is unconstrained by tradition or dogma. Okay. That's the statement of Anzur Ripin about the Islamic studies as general. And then academic studies in the context of tafsir, based on Anzur Ripin's statement, is the academic study of tafsir is not based around a search for the true meaning of the Quran, but rather centers on understanding how and why Muslim writers through the centuries went about constructing their own arguments for the meaning of the text of scripture. Okay, that's the statement is clear of academic studies. And then apologetic studies. Okay, this is my interpretative criteria that I interpret about Professor Majid Danesgar on his book Studying Quran in the Muslim Academy. The first criteria of apologetic studies is the rejection of Western Quran scholarship. And the second is selective on the using of sources. And the third is the use of limited sources. The fourth is the absence of criticism. And Professor Danesgar also cited Professor Huges' statement that apologetic studies is theological in orientation, manipulative in its use of sources, and distortive in conclusion. That's the meaning of apologetic and academic studies. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the findings. I mean, after I do the research and I interpreted the data of this research, I found that some of the master thesis and doctoral dissertation is not fully academic studies, and some of the research are not fully apologetic studies. I mean, from the criteria that I mentioned before in the slide, several studies maybe 2 points tend to academic studies, but the other points is also apologetic studies and vice versa. It can be seen on my research paper, even it's not complete. Because this is the big research and I just doing a little sample to present in this event. Okay. So the conclusion is, the finding is the master thesis and doctoral dissertation at Win Jakarta in the period 2011 until 2023 is tend to apologetic studies, but I would say, I choose to say it's like normative apologetic studies, not just apologetic, because apologetic is like with intention. For the example, the criteria of apologetic is the rejection of Western scholarship, just like that, or the selective on the using of sources. That. And apologetic studies, in my opinion, is the researcher with intention is rejecting on the Western scholarship, or with intention to limit their sources, maybe in Sunni sources and not using the Shia sources, and the other cases. But normative studies is without intention. I mean, some researchers doing their research not intend to not rejecting the Western academic scholarship as they want, but in indirect process. Maybe the factor is many factor for that. But the point is normative studies, I mean, is the final conclusion in this research. Okay. Okay, and the next slide. Okay, this conclusion is related on the big object of this research. Tentative conclusion. I mean tentative conclusion because this research is not finished yet. Because of its normative apologetic, the study of Islamic Quranic studies at the Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UIN Jakarta, and I assume that PTKIS in general still needs some development and improvement in relation to be an academic Islamic studies, because there is no more suitable, capable place or institution to show and demonstrate the academic Islamic studies except at PTKIS. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mas Nuha. My first impression is that you made a very huge claim about us being very apologetic and normative. I think you are the first Danish Karian of the forum. Mas Kowi, please.
Thank you. My question, in your research, do you check the research result on one by one in the library or just for the website? In my experience, when conducting research, there are differences between the data in the library and the data on the website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I would answer that this research is a research collaboration between my lecturer and I and a librarian. So I have confirmed also with the librarian about this data research, and not all of the master thesis and doctoral dissertation file is uploaded on the repository of Win Jakarta. And unfortunately, in the first period, I mean 2011 until 2015, the hard file is not found. So, and also shortly in the repository, even even my teammate librarian had searched for them. That's why in this event conference, I'm focusing on the data in the third period 2019-2023.
As a legitimation and utilizes the social media as a propaganda medium. The second study was brought by Hanin Nadia, who is not just explaining or researching about the text from the social media, but she used the shrine, right from Raja from the shrine of the Syekh Subagir located in Blitar Regency. And we move to the second object, that's the oral one. As mentioned in the introduction, with the development of information technology, Quranic exegesis, which originally relied on writing as a text as a medium, can also be easily found in various media, both in audio or audio-visual formats. YouTube are frequently used, such as well as the Islamic website. The first one, the example is book by Dewi Hayati, which investigate the interpretation of Gusbaha, or we as we know Kiai Ahmad Bauni Nur Salim, in one of his video in YouTube discussing Christology according to Ali Imran verse 50-55. And the second one about the oral is Mas Ricky Noviandi. He examines the interpretation of Syekh Ramadan Al-Buti from the website of Nasi Malsom. The difference between these two from the oral object, lies in the research orientation, where Ricky Noviandi tends to be critical, analyzing Al-Buti exegesis from an epistemological perspective, while Hayati simply want to understand Gusbah perspective on the phenomenon of Christology. So the third one, social phenomena, as we know, it is the living Quran. There are at least 4 aspects presented by Islah Gusmian. The first, Quran is as a reading material, you know it. So the second is the Quran is an object to be heard, oral aspect. So the third, this is written, like a raja or call it a talisman, and etc. So the fourth one is it is actualized in the form of action. The example one is we see in the research on the paper, Adi Amirah research, which focus on the practice of the living Quran during the time of companion of the Prophet. It different with what being brought by Umi Rohmaniyyah, Ahmad Faisal Basri, and Abdullah Hajar, dove into the practice of the living Quran in some of institutions. So there was Rigo Ruswanto thesis, which explored the living Quran in the Nyabis tradition, and he doing it. The third type is Hanin Nadia investigates the significance of inscription or raja in the shrine of Syekh Subagir located in Regency, and then Nur Fiatin Hafid is the same. He used living Quran as an object of the research, examining how the Quranic verses are used to strengthen the Islamic movement in Israel, particularly in the context of social media. We move to the next presentation. It is an approach. Move, please. Next. Okay. Approach, young man. The first is disciplinary, or you just one discipline. Approach by a single discipline when conducting the research, such as focus, and it is focused on a specific chapter or branch within Ulumul Quran, like what we brought by Muhammad Ramli, who used the theory of Al-Awqaf wal Ibtida in Ulumul Quran to analyze a Mus'af As-Sazili. The second is Muhammad Muhyiddin, who uses the theory of munasabah in Ulumul Quran to examine our approach to be munasabatil Quran. This is the approach from the one single disciplinary. So interdisciplinary. It is interconnecting to approach between the Quranic approach and the other science-based approach. It is the most widely used approach in these two universities. For the example, Niswatul Rahmah research is aimed to examine the history to the entry and dominance of Hafiz Qiraat in Indonesia. It is interconnected the approach of Qiraat studies with the approach of historical studies. The same approach is used by the Izatul Muwahidah research. In her research, it is aims to develop the concept of forensic. From the perspective of Quran, she employs the thematic tafsir approach with various forms of analysis, such as the analysis of asbabul nuzul and linguistic analysis, which are integral components of the science of tafsir. It is the Izatul Muwahidah research interconnected the science of tafsir with the forensic theories. It is found with the other studies as well as the law, economic, etc., etc. So we move to the next. Thank you. Method maps. The next map, the third maps, I believe. It is a method that commonly used in general research, such as descriptive analysis method and a comparative method. The method used are not exclusively to Quranic and tafsir research, but also commonly used in general research. For example, Nur Azizah studies in 2022, she employed the method of descriptive analysis to examine the confirmation bias in Tafsir Al-Wa'i regarding to interpretation of verse related to the pillars of the Islamic governance. So the second example is Ahmad Mahbub research where he analyzed the verses of Kafah in Tafsir Al-Munir and Tafsir Al-Misbah. Mahbub used comparative method. So the second one, the B1, is a specific method, specific tafsir or exegesis used in Quranic research such as thematic exegesis, double movement, and conceptual exegesis, and etc. In the subsequent stage has implication for the diversity of Quran research in Indonesia. As we know in the paper, there were two typologies. The first typology is comprised research that use thematic tafsir method or maudu'i, while the second typology comprised research that use interpretative methods. The first typology example is Inayah again from Izatul Muwahidah, which aim to develop the concept of forensic in the Quran. She employs the thematic tafsir method, although explicitly mentioned using the thematic tafsir method, she does not narrow down the method to the specific scholar in this research. The second typology consists the research using the interpretative method, the dialogue the Quran verses as the primary material, then contextualize it. The second pattern is both by Khairul Amru, who also using Abdul Said contextual tafsir method, focus on the tafsir Syarawi as the primary material. The next slide, please. Okay, we will come to the conclusion. The diversity that increased is the proof that there was a positive trend in the development in Quranic studies from these two universities. Sorry, I wrote it at campus. It can be marked in the terms of tense and subtense, and in terms of methodologies, including the object of studies, method, and approaches. Despite this research notes some aspects that should be considered for the further improve Quranic study for the future. The first is to promote and develop studies in the term of ulum al-Quran, and second to encourage the studies that apply specific tafsir methods such as double movement and etc. The third one is to promote studies that use interdisciplinary research for the approach. That was all of what we tried to do to mapping all kind of a little bit of the part of the research along with the East Java, especially in these two universities, and we will open the gate of the discussion, and thank you for your attention.
Applause. We love your spirit and enthusiasm, I believe. I myself have question, but this now Mas Saiful Nuha.
Okay. Mr. Mas Nuril, I have a question. It's about the philosophical choosing of the object of the research. I mean, the first is maybe about the period. Why do you choose 2020 until 2023? And that's the first question. And the second is in relation with the philosophical reason also. I mean, after mapping the thesis and dissertation, the thesis in the two university, in my opinion, it must be the next process. I mean, we have to know about why. In the example, in this research, the contextual themes is dominant among the mainstream and the other classification. I mean, why in this two university the contextual approach is dominant? Is there any special factor, specific factor, or it's just kebetulan? I mean, it's like that. And also in the other categories and mapping, I mean, it's need to be explained about the philosophical reason. That's the second, and I think it's enough. Thank you.
Thank you for the response and the question. This is really mean to us for our next agenda or our next research and development of it is. So the first question is, why is 2021 on until 2023? Again, as we say from the first before we present our presentation, it is this kind of big research for us, because we talk about East Java, we talk about it is dynamic interpretation of Quran. As we know, at East Java we found so many boarding school, we found so many pondok pesantren, even it is from Salaf, even it is from the modern type of boarding school, which has its own Ma'had Ali or its own university. So it is a really big project too for us. And then we like to simply see it is this research into the year and the 2 university and 2 years, just because it is just the time isn't enough for us. So from this big opportunity, we found you here because of rahmat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, we just can serve what we found on this little opportunity, so that we can treat something that it is like a legit data, is kind of a legit conclusion, is kind of legit phenomena that we found in this little time. So that's the first question. So why it is sorry, it is preferred to be researched around the contextual times. That was we found, because in the East Java we found so many phenomena, not phenomena, I think it is not also can we say it, but we found a new tafsir. But there are so many the speaker before said, it is like not a preacher, like a preacher, like some of preacher who came with its own kind of interpretation of or exegesis the Quran. So from that mentioned below, from that dimension, it is and that was become what we want to aim for the next agenda, is we want to mapping the what we say, the development of the East Java Kiai interpretation and making it so that we can conclude and read something from it. That was the second. Yes, in UINSA and UIN 1 there was so many scholars that love to bring the contextual times as we for their research. That I like that. Yes, and the philosophical reason, inshallah, will be found from hereafter. Thank you for the response.
Okay, give applause for Mas siapa ini? Nuril. I really have question, but because we are running out of time, I think I will ask afterward. So now we have time for the lunch break. The prayer room is downstairs at the 3rd floor. Please do whatever you want to do. Have some break, and we should get back to this room at 13. Yeah, meaning you have only 30 minutes to lunch and pray. Okay, see you. Bye now.
Sopo-sopone sing awale perhatian ning akhir siramu sing malah hilang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Congratulations all students of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, Sunan Kalijaga Islamic State University. Selamat atas terselenggaranya the 4th International Students Conference. Congratulations, and I wish you all successful and your discussion will be fruitful and productive. Semoga acara ini membawa kebaikan bagi semua mahasiswa, meluaskan network, presentasi saling belajar, berbagi pengalaman riset, dan semuanya menjadi sahabat, semuanya menjadi teman. Dan ini sarana yang baik antara satu dengan yang lain untuk saling mempererat silaturahim. The 4th International Student Conference, tentu yang sudah keempat kalinya, ini akan membawa kita pada kebaikan bersama, karena yang mempunyai riset berbagi, dan jangan lupa juga belajar menulis bersama. Dan terutama bagi yang dari luar UIN Sunan Kalijaga, semoga senang tinggal di UIN Sunan Kalijaga dan menjadi sahabat mahasiswa Ushuluddin UIN Sunan Kalijaga, dan akan menjadi mitra dan partner di kemudian hari. I am very sure that your conference will be beneficial not only for you as individual and as students, but also as our university will have benefits of broadening our horizons of scholarship endeavor, and also broadening our friendships and network in Indonesia and in the world. I wish you good luck and have fun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Congratulations all students of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, Sunan Kalijaga Islamic State University. Selamat atas terselenggaranya the 4th International Students Conference. Congratulations, and I wish you all successful, and your discussion will be fruitful and productive. Semoga acara ini membawa kebaikan bagi semua mahasiswa, meluaskan network, presentasi saling belajar, berbagi pengalaman riset, dan semuanya menjadi sahabat, semuanya menjadi teman. Dan ini sarana yang baik antara satu dengan yang lain untuk saling mempererat silaturahim. The 4th International Student Conference, tentu yang sudah keempat kalinya, ini akan membawa kita pada kebaikan bersama, karena yang mempunyai riset berbagi, dan jangan lupa juga belajar menulis bersama. Dan terutama bagi yang dari luar UIN Sunan Kalijaga, semoga senang tinggal di UIN Sunan Kalijaga dan menjadi sahabat mahasiswa Ushuluddin UIN Sunan Kalijaga, dan akan menjadi mitra dan partner di kemudian hari. I am very sure that your conference will be beneficial not only for you as individual and as students, but also as our university will have benefits of broadening our horizons of scholarship endeavor, and also broadening our friendships and network in Indonesia and in the world. I wish you good luck and have fun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Congratulations all students of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Islamic Thought, Sunan Kalijaga Islamic State University. Selamat atas terselenggaranya the 4th International Students Conference. Congratulations, and I wish you all successful, and your discussion will be fruitful and productive. Semoga acara ini membawa kebaikan bagi semua mahasiswa. meluaskan network, presentasi saling belajar, berbagi pengalaman riset, dan semuanya menjadi sahabat, semuanya menjadi teman. Dan ini sarana yang baik antara satu dengan yang lain untuk saling mempererat silaturahim. The 4th International Student Conference, tentu yang sudah keempat kalinya, ini akan membawa
sopo-sopone sing awale perhatian ning akhir siramu sing malah hilang. Ra pengen liyane, pengen ku siji mung kowe, kenyataane dudu aku Sesok kelingan kabeh kenangan sing tau dilakoni, kebayang-bayang nganti kekong mimpi.
Sing gawe awak dhewe pisah, nanging kowe ning mburi meneng-meneng gawe kisah. Ana kok dipangan panda, remuk dah.
Pas aku telan cebol ketemu kowe ning dalan, kowe konangan gendaan. Ngomong jalukmu piye, tak turutane, tak usahane. Aku ra masalah yen kon berjuang dhewe, sing penting kowe bahagia endinge. Nanging ngopo walesanmu neng aku, kowe luwe milih dek, kowe ninggal aku ninggal tatu. Kurang opo lek ku mertahanke kowe, kowe malah ngepoti liyane. Aku kaget delok statusmu tangan gandengan, jelas uturo aku sing ngancani kowe tahunan. Janjimu janji taek jare arep tekan tuwek, nyatane cangkemmu elek ati ajur mbok suwek. Tiwas wis kuwang wektu aku ngancani dapurmu, wong kere kaya aku tak tendang seko uripmu. Kowe ngepoti bondo tinggo nuruti gengsimu, kowe milih kono sing iso nuruti senengmu asu. Pas aku dolan jebol ketemu kowe ning dalan, kowe konangan gendaan. Ngomong jalukmu piye, tak turutane, tak usahane. Aku ra masalah yen kon berjuang dhewe, sing penting kowe bahagia endinge. Nanging ngopo walesanmu neng aku, kowe luwe milih dek, kowe ninggal aku ninggal tatu. Kurang opo lek ku mertahanke kowe, kowe malah ngeboti liyane. Percuma tak gondeli wong sing ora duwe ati, aku ra mbok hargai untukmu mbok deleh ngendi. Keblongan lek ku berjuang dihancurke harapan, kabeh sebatas sangan dibuang kaya rosokan. Siraku saya jundut duwe pasangan pijak, neng pikiran wis bulet critane kudu wis mandek. Laku wong karo dhek tak tuku tak urus dhewe, saiki kowe sepele ditenggo mawon karmane keple. Pas aku dolan jebol ketemu kowe ning dalan, kowe konangan gendaan. Ngomong jalukmu piye, tak turutane, tak usahane.
Pak, susune anak ente. Hati-hati nih.
Pasukan anti prei budal golek rejeki kerja wani rekoso ben uripku sesuk mulya ra peduli omongan tanggunganku bulanan anak bojo wong tuwa kabeh kuwi semangat kerja. Karo impianku durung bisa nyenengke kabeh keluargaku sing kepengin lakoni urip kepenak ayem tentrem bareng wong tuwa bojo anak cobane murid kudu ikhlas tak lakoni senajan rasa meri kuwi ana ning ati rezeki akeh sithik tetep tak syukuri sing penting diparingi sehat lan nyembadani. Pangeran tulung paringi dalan tinggo nyukupi kabeh kebutuhan pengen tak bukteke nek aku rasa sepele senajan kahanane koyo ngene pasukan anti prei budal mulya ra peduli omongan tanggunganku bulanan anak bojo wong tuwa kabeh kuwi semangat kerja pancen wis garise uripe dhewe-dhewe sugih kere ning ngarepe Gusti ra ana bedane akeh iso teko wis senajan lagi ra duwe teko pasrah karo Gusti luwih gedhe balesane diagahi tungane diagahi syukure jarene wong tuwa mbiyen urip kanggo mampir ngombe ulun derek kersane ajeng pripun saene mugi-mugi Gusti ngijabahi kabeh dongane Duh Gusti Pangeran tulung paringi dalan tinggo nyukupi kabeh kebutuhan
belanja berkali-kali.
Mendung tanpa udan, ketemu lan kelangan. Kabeh kuwi sing diarani perjalanan. Awak dhewe tau duwe bayangan besok, yen wis wayah omah-omahan. Aku maca koran sarungan, kowe blonjo dasteran. Nanging saiki wis dadi kenangan, aku karo kowe wis pisahan. Aku kiri kowe kanan, wis beda dalan. Bebarengan mendino sayang-sayangan, sedih lan kebahagiaan dilewati tahun-tahunan. Menangan barkui kangen-kangenan, kadang beda pilihan nganti pedot balian. Mendung tanpa udan, ketemu lan kelangan. Kabeh kuwi sing diarani perjalanan. Koran sarungan, kowe blonjo dasteran. Nanging saiki wis dadi kenangan, aku karo kowe wis pisahan. Aku kiri kowe kanan, wis beda dalan. dasteran nanging saiki wis dadi kenangan aku karo kowe wis pisahan aku kiri kowe kanan wis beda dalan.
From Kediri ya. Oke, good. Ya, silakan makan dulu. Terus Mas, ini Mas apa Mbak? Mas ya kayaknya. Ananda Prayogi dari Sunan Ampel Surabaya. Baik, 5 menit ya, kita mulai. Atau mau sambil makan aja? Kalau begitu, Misbah, silakan. Time is yours. PowerPoint, ready? PowerPoint?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, guys. Let me to express my research. My PPT, please. My research was entitled Reading Hamid Zarkashi Talk Against Orientalism and Hermeneutics. Sebelumnya, first I want to my research background. So why did I go to this research? Is as we know, K. Haji Hamid Fahmi Zarkashi is one of UNIDA Gontor principal, and the unique one is he also the member of INSIS contributor. What will I do? We will take him as a representative of sentient figure. Does his talk give a significant effect Islamic studies? Unfortunately, I have not found any article discuss Hamid talk, especially in this time. That means it's still sufficient to be taken for granted. So here I don't want to give a result in how Islamic studies goes on in pesantren, but I will give you how one of pesantren figure think about Orientalism. If the others did research with comprehensive data, I will choose the safer road. Next. Yes. And here I will review these two articles. First, Tradisi Orientalism dan Framework Studi Al-Quran, and the second one, the Development of Islamic Studies, a Proposed Mode. These two articles published in 2011 and 2019. Next. First, we will discuss what Hamid Zarkashi said about Orientalism. From the first article, I have summarized these 4 big points. The first one is Orientalism is not a value-free study, so we don't need to take it into our studies. The second one is Hamid Zarkashi view the Orientalist polemic views. In first, he accused this Orientalism as scientific and objective studies, and the other hand, he accused that the study is subjective and ethnocentric. And this view is seems like polemic. The third one is his heaviest denial to Orientalism studies is about their threats to the Quran are based on Bible approach. This is the big denial from Hamid Zarkashi about the Orientalism studies, especially in the Quran. So he think that if we approach the Quran Terus the last is against to the skeptical studies. in his article he so explicitly cited that if we study Quran without faith, doctrinal matter will be abandoned. So studying Quran that only rely on reason will only give rise to doubt when they encounter problems that cannot be reached by reason. In simple, from this 4 point, I conclude that this talk is very apologetic talk about the Orientalism. Next. He also give a image about who is Orientalism framework in studying Quran. The first, he stand that Orientalism tendency is going to hug the Quran with prior holy text Bible. Hamid think that Orientalism is tend to subordinate the Quran to Bible. So he decide to using any Orientalism studies. The secondly, his critique is they are prioritizing textual material above the oral material. He mentioned Mushaf as the textual material and Inayah as the oral material. That's true that many of Orientalists is their studies is based and is based on material physical material, and especially is Mushaf. The third, Hamid think that Orientalism framework is going to questioning Quran codification and questioned Quran content. I think Hamid is conclude that it came from skeptical scholars that they are question this to think that in apologetic Muslim is very contained with faith. Terus the fifth is they prefer to use the Bible approach rather than Quranic studies. It informed that Hamid avoid any other approach to the Quran. He stand out implicitly that Quranic studies, Quranic science born from Islam are the well-known product and don't need to be criticized anymore. I think it is the type of apologetic reception that we don't need to criticize the well-known product that is Quranic science. Next, the other point is whom are Orientalists mentioned by Hamid Zarkashi. We can see that from number 1 to 6, Hamid is cited the Orientalists that they are skeptic Orientalists. Hamid does not mention all member of Orientalists, but he especially mention the skeptic Orientalists. In line with those other colleagues like Armas and Hussaini, and I found that these 6 claims are also mentioned by Armas and Hussaini in their article. Next is what are Hamid Zarkashi talk about Islamic studies, especially in this second article titled A Proposed Model of Islamic Studies. He throws several big claims. That one is the first was his speech that due to the dichotomic system infecting our education, this had result to model of studies institution. One only profited traditional Islamic science, and the second only private Western science. The second claim is what he supposed that placing Islamic studies parallel with other studies or faculty or department is a type of an alienation of Islam from the other sense. He mentioned that unfortunately the mostly student interest to university is more is mostly is in interest to the other science, but in interest in Islamic studies is smaller or a little bit little. The third is in his last part of his article he claims that the foregoing statement suggests that the Muslim in the past has already attempted to Islamize for Asian ideas in the form of criticizing, selecting, rejecting, making the distinction, refining, and remolding foregoing concept. From this, I conclude that I don't know. Did our earlier Muslim philosophies make a censorship to the foregoing concept? It such need to be clarified detailedly. Next. According to Al-Attas, Hamid cited that the dichotomic view was very responsible for the intellectual stagnation and confusion. This paradigm changed our institution studies to religion, and the second one is secular institution. He criticized that we the Muslim only accept Western paradigm without critical thinking. So he does not agree with the secularization in studies. Next. The other is called religion knowledge be learned by speculative reason. I cited from his second article that he divide al-ilm in Islam paradigm to division. The one is the al-ulum al-naqliyah, and the second one is al-ulum al-aqliyah. That the al-ulum al-naqliyah is transmitted by through authority, and whereas the aqliyah is transmitted by speculative reasoning. However, conceptually the two cannot be separated. I think this is a very ambiguous answer because he claimed that the two type of ilmu cannot be separated. But I questioned that can the two method can be unified methodologically. I think can Islam be learned by speculative reason? From this I does not find the answer. Next. Hamid Zarkazi also give us advice about what is the method proposed model of Islamic studies. He offered two advice. The one is developing Islamic science by clarifying seminal concept available in the Quran, and the more specific step is outline an unified methodological approach for analyzing both revealed text and natural or social phenomena. And the second one is Islamizing contemporary knowledge. From the second advice, we can conclude that Islamization of science paradigm is very give impact to Hamid Zarkasi top. Next, and here we go to the conclusion. First, from my analysis, I think I conclude that Hamid Zarkasi seems criticize some skeptics Orientalists, but not the all member of Orientalists. So his view is very partial and very particular. And the second one is from his talk shows an offensive attitude toward Orientalism with his theological and polemical reception. So from this talk we can conclude that Hamid Zarkasi is show an offensive attitude toward the Orientalism. He not criticize but he do an offensive attitude. Next. I think it is over. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for Ms. Bahnur Ihsan for the presentation called The Impact of Islamization of Science and Apologetic Islamic Studies. Before we enter to the Q&A session, I would like to invite Muhammad Mubaidillah to give a response to this paper.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, Mas Misbah, I have one question. What do you think about hermeneutic by Hamid Zarkasi and the role of etika? We know that etika in science is very important. This is a science of Islam. For example, when Ibnu Malik wrote Alfiyah, he stopped because he ignored etiku toward his teacher Ibnu Mukti. What do you think? What do you think about hermeneutic and etika in knowledge Islam? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. First, I will answer what Zarkasi think about hermeneutic because in the first slide I mentioned hermeneutic. From my research, Hamid Zarkasi is Hamid Zarkasi claimed his talk about hermeneutic is refer to his talk to Orientalism. So I think Hamid Zarkasi is denied the using of hermeneutic for Quranic interpretation. And the second question, how Hamid Zarkasi think about attitude. This I mean attitude in my paper is offensive attitude to the Orientalism studies. Bahasa Indonesianya itu ya maksud saya tentang etika itu dia itu mengeluarkan statement yang bersifat menyerang pemikiran Orientalism lewat pemikiran teologis dan persepsi polemiknya. That's enough.
Bahasa Indonesia. Jadi di sini kan dalam pembelajaran atau ilmu Al-Quran khususnya itu kan kita tidak bisa serta-merta hanya mengandalkan akal. Ada tadi ulumul akli dan ulumul nakli. Tapi di sini juga saya ingin tahu pandangan Anda dalam kenapa mengangkat judul ini, tapi apakah Anda juga memperhatikan faktor etika dalam pembelajaran Quran?
Baik, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Jadi kenapa saya mengambil judul ini itu sebenarnya terinspirasi dari tulisannya Pak Yusuf Rahman yang mengangkat bahwa INSIS itu adalah sebuah institusi yang memiliki kecenderungan apologetik. Nah dari situ saya berangkat loh, emang pemikirannya INSIS itu seperti apa gitu. Terus tentang etika dalam mempelajari Al-Quran, menurut saya itu ya sikap yang tengah-tengah itu. Kita memberlakukan Al-Quran itu, kita mendekati Al-Quran itu dengan ulumul Quran kita sendiri, namun di satu sisi kita tidak boleh tidak boleh untuk menutup mata dari penelitian dari para orientalis ini. Seperti M.Ag itu sering sekali menyebut orientalisme itu dan mensitasi dalam aspek-aspek yang negatif, dan aspek positif dari studi orientalisme itu tidak disinggung sama sekali oleh M.Ag dalam 2 artikelnya tersebut. Mungkin itu yang menurut saya pemikirannya tentang orientalisme itu sangat apologetik.
Okay, thank you for Muhammad Ngubaidillah, I'm sorry, for the response to this paper. And next we will enter the Q&A session. I would like to receive 2 until 3 questions from you. I'm sorry, just 1 question because the time is about, yeah.
Thank you for the time. I would like to ask and know more about, just be specific about what you mean about offensive. What you think show an offensive attitude toward Orientalism. Just be more specific about the offensive thing. Thank you.
You for the question. So what I mean with the offensive attitude is our attitude when sees a paradigm that different with us, we tend to give a negative or skeptic. Mungkin kalau seperti itu berarti kita akan malah, yang dimaksud dengan ofensif itu kita memberi sikap atau penilaian yang bersifat menyerang terhadap gagasan tersebut karena berbeda dengan apa yang kita yakini gitu.
Okay, let's give applause once again for Misbah Nur Ihsan from UIN Sunan Kalijaga. And next I would like to invite the second presenter, Muhammad Ngubaidillah from IAI Fikih Asy'ari Kediri, with his paper titled Bahsul Masail Pesantren Learning Model and as an Effort to Strengthen Islamic Literacy Culture. For Muhammad Ngubaidillah, 10 minutes of presentation. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Afan kasiran ya akhi, la aktiru ala muhawarati bil lughati Inggris ya. Walidhalika makalati bil lughatil Inggris bal nahawura bil lughatil Arab atau lughatil Indonesia. Yes. Basul Masail My paper, this apa? Basul Masail Learning Model in Ponpes Darussalam Kediri. Yes. What is Basul Masail? Basul Masail is a tradition of deliberation and religious discussion involving kiai and santri in pesantren. This tradition is deliberative forum held to answer various problems in the community by reviewing various yellow book, literature, and then formulated as a legal product. So, Basul Masail is a dynamic, democratic, and broad-minded forum. Dynamic because issue discussed are responsive to legal development in society. Democratic because all participants of Basul Masail have the same rights, which means that there is no difference between student and kiai, even between elder kiai and young kiai. Whoever has a superior and strong argument is chosen and used. Broad-minded because in this forum there is no madhab that dominate and is open to difference, which means that it requires participants to have access to diverse and many literacies. Okay, Basul Masail in Ponpes Darussalam. This Ponpes Darussalam, this my ma'had, my school, located at the Darussalam Sumbersari Islamic Boarding School under the care of K. Haji Ahmad Zainuri Fakih, whose address is Street K. Haji Imam Fakih Asyari, Kencong Village, Kepung District, Kediri District, East Java. Okay. And Basul Masail began to enter Ponpes Darussalam around the 1090. And the method of deliberation began to be organized in the 1990 and format LBM is in 2015. What the deliberating method of our LBM that is in my paper. Yes. Okay. Next. The main focus of our discussion is the learning method Basul Masail in especially in Ponpes Darussalam Sumbersari Kediri. Okay. There are four steps of learning in Basul Masail. One is mubahasah. What mubahasah? Mubahasah is to discuss a problem by deliberation by arguing with each other based on the text of the yellow book and guided by Ustad. This activity aims to train students critical reasoning and study the yellow book literature and train students correct to convey information to the general public. Mubahasa is the first level of learning Basul Masail in Ponpes Darussalam. This activity is carried out through the Terpadu Mubahisin forum, which is held every Monday night at the library building and is attended by public students. Okay, step 1 is mubahasah and step 2 for Basul Masail is muqabalah. What muqabalah? Muqabalah is to compare the makna of one yellow book text with the makna of another book. Muqabalah, makna muqabalah fi lughatil Jawa is bandingake. Yes. This effort is need to enrich student literacy so that the information obtained is more varied and not monotonous. As well as making students open to various information, Ponpes Darussalam realized this stage by providing diverse literature short through the procurement of books in library and the existence of online library. Okay, next step 3, munadharah. Munadharah is an advanced state of mubahasah. Munadharah prioritize the mental sharpening of student so that it can stimulate students to further enrich their yellow book literature and make students dare to present argument in public. So munadharah emphasize mental training and the ability to convey information. Yes. Okay, the step 4 is mumarasah. What mumarasah? Mumarasah is an attitude to always do istiqomah in every learning. Okay, next. Mubahasah Mubahas. Yeah. Mubahasa student are required to analyze a problem and then discuss it together by arguing with each other based on evidence from the yellow book source. Muqabalah, this process emphasizes the ability to enrich reading so that the information obtained is not monotonous but varied, so that student will be open to various information. Munadharah, this process emphasizes mental training and the ability to convey the information, so that in addition to having a lot information, student can also convey the information to the public. And mumarasah, yes, this process emphasizes habituation to previous process. Okay, next. Next. The role of Ponpes Darussalam in strengthening literary culture through Basul Masail. So, the real role taken by Ponpes Darussalam is to form FBMPP. FBMPP is Forum Basul Masail Pondok Pesantren se-ex Kawadanan Pare. FBMPP is a forum for Basul Masail Islamic boarding school with the scope of the former Kawadanan Pare, which began to form around 2003 and 2005 on the initiative of Mr. Abdul Kohar from Singosari, Malam. This Darussalam Islamic boarding school learning model, Basul Masail, Al-Stek emphasize improving critical thinking skill, analyzing meaning, sensitivity to problems that occur, and ability conveying information. This model can certainly be used as a reference in campaigns to strengthen literacy culture in other educational institutions in Indonesia. Thanks. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for Muhammad Mubaidillah for his presentation. And then let's invite Ananda Prayogi from UIN Sunan Ampel to give his response.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the presentation for my friends. It is the well-prepared presentation and then amazing. I delighted to say this. Okay. But I have some questions that maybe I consider that it is important to consider in your research. So the question is, what extent are you sure that your place that you choose is unique? So if we use the study case or phenomenological research, we have to consider, or we have to make sure that the place that we conduct our research is the unique that have what is the characteristic. How about that?
Bahasa Indonesia nggih Pak? Mohon maaf nggih. Ya, penelitian kami ini memang berawal dari suatu tradisi bernama Basul Masail di pesantren. Kenapa kok saya mengangkat Basul Masail ini? Ya, karena dalam semua proses pembelajaran menuju santri yang bisa dikirimkan ke Basul Masail, perlu diketahui Basul Masail adalah forum antar pesantren dalam bermusyawarah dalam mengeluarkan suatu hukum. Nah, dari Basul Masail tersebut akan dikirimkan santri. Nah, yang saya angkat di sini adalah model pembelajarannya. Jadi bagaimana Ponpes Darussalam itu memberikan pengajaran terhadap santri-santrinya untuk kemudian dikirimkan ke Basul Masail. Nah, dan di sini juga setelah dianalisa berdasarkan judulnya kan Basul Masail sebagai penguatan budaya literasi. Dan memang dari keempat proses pembelajaran tersebut semuanya kan menekankan pada kemampuan literasi. Kita ketahui literasi bukan hanya sekedar kemampuan membaca dan menulis, tapi sudah di-upgrade lagi seperti kemampuan berpikir kritis, kemampuan menganalisa makna, kemampuan menyampaikan pendapat di muka publik. Dan ini semua itu dilaksanakan di Ponpes Darussalam dalam bentuk pembelajaran melalui Basul Masail seperti itu. Dan juga kenapa kok yang dipilih Ponpes Darussalam? Berdasarkan temuan di lapangan, Basul Masail yang pertama kali ada di area Kawedanan Pare itu, Kawedanan Pare di daerah saya itu sekitar 5 kecamatan. Di situ hanya Ponpes Darussalam lah yang pertama mengadakan Basul Masail. Dan tahun 1980, setelah itu tahun 2003, antara 2003 dan 2005, Ponpes Darussalam itu berpikir kita tidak boleh maju sendiri, tapi juga tonggo-tonggo ini, tetangga-tetangga juga harus diperhatikan. Oleh karena itu Pondok Pesantren Darussalam menginisiasi terbentuknya FBMPP supaya apa? Supaya pesantren-pesantren lain di lingkup ex Kawedanan Pare itu juga berkembang dalam hal model pembelajarannya, kualitas pendidikannya. Oleh karena itu dibentuklah FBMPP, dan disitulah saya memaknai Ponpes Darussalam itu juga memiliki peran dalam meningkatkan dalam upaya penguatan budaya literasi khususnya di daerah Kawedanan Pare. Oke.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. I have some other question. Maybe I lost some words such as baude ngade. Can you explain more about it? When you explain in Muqabalah session, I maybe some friends also don't know about the meaning of that.
Yeah. Muqabalah, ya. Muqabalah. Dan
baude ngade.
Bandongan. Bandongan itu adalah ketika seorang kiai atau guru ustadz di situ dikte maknani kepada santri-santrinya. Bandongan. Nah, setelah itu maknani itu adalah menulis. Jadi manutai sapane wong mangkana utai sapane wong iku kana ana sapa man iku yukminu iman sapa man billahi wal yaumil akhir la akhirih. Di situ ustadz membacakan, santri menuliskan. Disitulah terjadi proses pembelajaran dengan metode bandongan. Lalu kalau musyawarah, ya musyawarah seperti biasa, diskusi seperti biasa, tetapi pembahasannya di situ membahas suatu masalah dengan mengkaji literatur kitab kuning. Itu.
So about the principle is same with the other pesantren. I think it just different in the name or giving the name with your what's that sources informant. Yeah, maybe is there any unique other thing that you can explain more about this? Because I consider that it's just different in name. Saya baca tadi sekilas Muqabalah dan prinsip-prinsip lainnya itu, saya kira prinsipnya sebenarnya sama, hanya diberi nama oleh seorang informan yang jenengan wawancarai itu. Dan apa sebenarnya kontribusi dari pemberian nama itu, apa menjadi sebuah model yang bisa spesifik atau ada kebaruan di situ gitu, maksud saya apa kebaruannya hanya pemberian nama?
Bukan. Kebaruannya di sini penekanan paper saya adalah mengungkapkan. Jadi mengungkap di Ponpes Darussalam itu ada model pembelajaran, model pembelajaran yang dimana kesemua itu meningkat menuju pada penguatan literasi, khususnya literasi kitab kuning. Dan berdasarkan informasi yang saya dapat dari informan seperti ya pengurus LBM dan lain sebagainya, di situ memang ya prosesnya memang sama, atau ya secara garis besar sama, tapi di sini lebih dikhususkan dengan adanya nama, lalu adanya jenjang-jenjang kelas. Pertama kan mubahasah itu dilaksanakan dengan agenda tarbiyatul mubahisin. Tarbiyatul mubahisin di situ ada beberapa orang pilihan, bukan pilihan ya, masih umum, di situ dikumpulkan untuk diajak berdiskusi. Lalu untuk kedua, setelah memasuki mubahasah, lanjut ke mukobalah. Jadi bukan hanya sekedar membahas, tapi juga ini loh, pembahasanmu masih ada pembanding lain. Kitab Fathul Qoribmu masih ada hasiah, ada syarahnya lagi, ada wahabnya lagi, ada majmu' dan lain sebagainya. Jadi saling membandingkan, saling menyandingkan antara satu kitab kuning dengan kitab kuning lain, lalu dikaji. Lalu ketika masuk ke munadharah ya, munadharah di paper saya yang lengkap itu kan sudah disinggung oleh siapa? Saya Azharnuji, nggih. Di situ memang munadharah itu prinsipnya sama dengan diskusi, tapi oleh informan yang saya tanyai dinamakan khusus munadharah. Kenapa? Karena bukan dari asal kata munadharah, tapi proses munadharah di situ adalah ajang pembantaian mental para santri sebelum benar-benar keluar untuk basul masail. Jadi di situ mereka itu mentalnya diuji, dibantai, segala argumen yang mereka layangkan dibalas balik atau dikembalikan dengan menggunakan bukti-bukti kitab kuning yang lain. Lalu ya untuk mumarosah memang ya istiqomah. Itu memang sudah tercantum di banyak kitab seperti Ta'lim Muta'alim dan lain sebagainya, memang sudah banyak. Oke, dan ini kenapa kok saya menyajikan 4 metode itu, supaya bukan namanya yang diadopsi, tetapi saya ingin mengungkap institusi ponpes pondok pesantren sebagai institusi pendidikan tertua di situ sudah menerapkan metode-metode pembelajaran. Khususnya yang saya ungkap di sini adalah dari Ponpes Darussalam.
I got. So the findings, the new findings of your research is about the staging, ya, fragment, penjenjangan step dari step by step, and then also the motivation of the each name of the program, ya. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I have 2 questions. I am assuming that you are a student at university, right?
Yes.
And also a student of one of the pesantren you mentioned?
Yes, I am in pesantren.
Okay. So my question is very general. What difference you find between Islamic studies in the pesantren and at university?
Oh. Model pembelajaran, Pak. Model pembelajaran untuk antara di kan universitas saya itu, kampus saya itu adalah kampus yang di bawah naungan lembaga pondok. Jadi agaknya untuk proses pembelajaran di situ tidak terlalu jauh. Artinya modelnya juga mirip-mirip, tetapi memang lebih intens di pesantrennya. Kalau di kampus kan sudah mengadopsi seperti kampus-kampus lain, tapi ketika di pesantren saya, pesantren Darussalam di situ masih mempertahankan tradisi-tradisi atau metode-metode lama, tapi juga tidak menutup diri dari metode-metode lain yang sekira dianggap lebih maju. Khususnya basul masail ini, dulu awalnya memang tidak ada basul masail di Darussalam, karena dari tahu basul masail ternyata pembelajaran kitab kuning tidak terbatas bandongan, sorokan, sawir, maknani tidak, tetapi ada tingkatan lanjut yang mana di sini bukan hanya metode pembelajaran tapi juga pengkajian kitab kuning di sini juga untuk tahrij hukum, untuk merumuskan hukum di masyarakat. Oke.
Okay, please give applause to Muhammad Mubaidillah from Inayah Fikih Asy'ari Kediri. And then next, last but not least, please welcome the third presenter of the session, Ananda Prayogi from UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya, with his presentation called Exploring Research Trends in Hadith Studies in Ma'had Ali institutions in Indonesia, a systematic literature. For Ananda Prayogi, 10 minutes of presentation, time is yours.
PPT. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, waiting for the PowerPoint display. I will tell the story behind the writing of this research. Originally, my research is about a systematic literature review, but in the middle of conducting the research, I felt very difficult to find the researchers, so that I changed the methodology. I changed the base of the method, so that my research is not about the literature review research anymore, but phenomenological and case study. All of Ma'had Ali with takhasus in hadis in Indonesia. Don't be shocked in Indonesia, because Ma'had Ali with takhasus in hadis in Indonesia is only 5 institutions formally. I don't know the other Ma'had Ali without the SK, without the letter of the formal legality, yes. So that, where is the PPT? Okay, I will continue about my research. This about the exploring. The research title is exploring hadith research trends in Ma'had Ali institution, or in Ma'had Ali in Indonesia. Why I do this research? Because there are some of the problem I always scared of that. This is the problem. Okay. No, there is no display. Yes. Okay. The first slide, please. The first slide. Okay. Okay. Next. Is Mahat Ali in danger? Yeah. This is the shocking statement I like to deliver first before I conduct the research because I found at least three problems in Mahat Ali as the higher education institution. Because now Mahat Ali is equal with the all higher institutions such as PTKIN, PTKIS, and other higher education. So that's why this is the problem. The number one is the limited articles published. It means that Mahat Ali, as far as conducting this research, is very limited. The scholarly article published in Mahat Ali because as far as I observe in my environment with my teachers and my lecturers, that they said that Mahat Ali is not focused on the published article or things like that. It's not running with that stuff. Yeah. The concern is Mahat Ali is to create the ulama in the future. That is the propaganda. That is not the propaganda. I mean, that is like a jargon, yeah, jargon and the spirit that always give to the students of Mahat Ali or Mahasantri, yeah, in Mahat Ali. So that's why this is the is Mahat Ali is in danger. So that the second is challenge in establishing journal. Mahat Ali, as far as I conducting the research, need to publish and excellent research findings. Why? Because as the higher educational institution must have the published articles. Then from 77 Mahat Ali that already formally by Ministry of Religion Affairs of Republic Indonesia, only 13 that have their journals, and from 13 journals, only one that have already accredited by Sign of Technology Index or SINTA. This is Mahat Ali Al-Fitrah Surabaya, have already got the SINTA, but SINTA 5. This is the very I can say this in danger because Mahat Ali formally equal with the high education, but in the quality is not equal. So that's why I am in danger. The last are not uploaded. Okay, this is the very memprihatinkan, I mean, because from 77 Mahat Ali formally, only 3 has digilib and repository. So, where the research of students gone? Nah, this is only for the ujian munakashah, only for the test, for the final test. So that guns maybe in the trash. So that is in the I say this is the gender. What's the problem? I try to look for the research. It's very difficult. Now this is relate with my story before that I want to conduct my research with the systematic literature review, but I really extremely difficult with this research because there is no repository, there is no digilib. So how can I got the results? So I have to change my research to the interviewing research. So this is the problem of my research. Next. Nah, we have read the study conducted by Al-Fatih Surya Dilaga about hadith studies varieties in PTKIN. He recap all the kind of hadith studies in Mahat Ali, PTKIN, and there is many varieties of hadith studies, such as living hadith conducted in PTKIN, and then matan and sanad studies, and then also in the others. There is the categorization of what's that? Hadith studies. So from that study conducted by M. Al-Fatih Suradilaga, I want to meniru publicate in the case of Mahat Ali. So the next mas. Okay, the method. Yeah. From 5 Mahat Ali, I try to communicate. I just only got 3 Mahat Ali. This is difficult for the communication to me. I don't know, but I just got 3 informant. Imam Syafi'i, Nur Khalis Nafsah, Abdullah Afabi. This is the people. They are the people that have responsibility in conducting or managing the final project of Mahasantri. Next, discussion. In this article, I discussed 3 points. The first is about Mahat Ali with Hadis Takhasus Indonesia. So I will map how many and anything stuff. Then the second, varieties of Hadis research in Mahat Ali. Is specialized in Mahat Ali. Is there any living Hadis in Mahat Ali? Is there any study of Kumatan Sanad in Mahat Ali? We will see that. Then the third is trend of Hadis research in Mahat Ali. If we say in PTKIN or PTKIS is we have already got living Hadis and other research trends, yeah. But in Mahat Ali, what? Because Mahat Ali is oriented to be ulama in the future, you said before, yeah. Then next discussion. Next, this is the number of Mahat Ali based on takhasus. Takhasus means specialization or concentration. Yeah. Regulation from Ministry of Religious Affairs that every Mahat Ali only have 1 specialization or 1 takhasus. If Mahat Ali terburung takhasus in hadis, cannot be add any one, maybe Al-Quran or maybe other takhasus, Tarikh Al-Islam, cannot. 1 Mahat Ali, 1 takhasus. So next, I membatasi my research only in hadis and it's science, because this is the middle of the trends, I think, because the higher trend of the takhasus in fikih wa usuluh, what the lowest trend is the ilmu falak, the lowest trend. So next, now distribution of Mahat Ali with takhasus in hadis, just 5. I said before, just 5. Mahat Ali Hasyim Asy'ari, Mahat Ali As-Sunniyah, Kencong, Jember, Balikambang, Darul Ihya Ulumuddin, Zainul Hasan, Genggong. For all the Mahat Ali, most of them in East Java, Jawa Timur, and one of them Jepara in Jawa Tengah. So the not equal between all the region, yeah. Next, mas. Discussion next. Discussion 2. Now this is the example of what titles of risalah. We say skripsi here, we say thesis, but in Mahat Ali always risalah. Risalah, marhalah ula, risalah marhalah saniyah, risalah marhalah thalithah. Like this. Next, risalah titles in Mahat Ali As-Sunniyah. For categorizations, Mahat Ali As-Sunniyah, just only 2 categorizations, bahas and takhrij. Next, we will recap in the end. Risalah categorization in Mahat Ali Hasyim Asy'ari. There are 10 categorization. It's the most, or maybe the most number, the highest categorization. I mean, there are 10. Next. Now, discussion 3, the trends. So, what is the trend in Mahat Ali? Takhasus in hadis. Next. Nah.
In Ma'had Ali Zainul Hasan, based on categorization, because Ma'had Ali Zainul Hasan specialization in hadith and its science, but also there is concentration in akidah Zainul Hasan specialization in hadith ahkam. So that's why the categorization is always oriented to be understanding of hadith, not about the sanad, not about the maybe little discuss about the sanad, but the focus is about hadith understanding because it will be istinbat in fiqh. Next, the second is Ma'had Ali As-Sunniyah. The trend is like this. Categorization is there are two, takhrij and bahas, but the trend is always bahas. It's always be trend. Okay, in Ma'had Ali As-Sunniyah. Next, nah, the end. In Ma'had Ali Zainul Hasan, oh I'm sorry, this is maybe typo ya, not Zainul Hasan. In Ari, there are 10 categorization. The most or the trends in the research of hadith is dirasah maudhu'iyah, means that mahasantri or the students in Ma'had Ali prefer to research in understanding also, like jam'ul ahadis, like maybe compile many hadiths in one of the topic, so we can get the comprehensive understanding. So that is the trend in studying hadith in Ma'had Ali. So the next, I think the conclusion. There are 3 conclusions in my research. Ma'had Ali, the hadith tahsus, there are 5. Yeah, 3 of them has the concentration, and the 2 of them maybe not yet specific in what's that? In specialization. Yeah. The second varieties of hadith research, M.Ag Zainul Hasan, there is no category. All mahasantri, all students will be free to choose without any categorization like dirasah maudhu'iyah or dirasah takhrijiyah or dirasah. There is no. In Ma'had Ali Zainul Hasan. In Ma'had Ali As-Sunniyah, there are 2 categories. Like I said before, there are takhrij, or there are bahas related to the maybe the fikrah, the thought of person or things like that. And M. Hashim Ash'ari, there are 10 categorizations. And the last is trends of hadith research. Most the majority of Ma'had Ali, all the Ma'had Ali in takhasus hadith prefer research in hadith understanding rather than research in sanad or yes, things like that. Next. I mean, this is just a little recommendation, maybe such as the categorization that not be trend should be up, because maybe there are problems over there and there are many interesting over there. So that maybe I think that's enough from me. I hope my friends here can give insights or valuable knowledge or recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Ananda Prayogi for his presentation about Ma'had Ali in Indonesia. Okay, next we will listen to the response to this paper. Please welcome Misbah Nur Ihsan for giving his response.
Thank you for the attempt. I would like to throw 2 questions. The one is, why was studies in ulumul hadis or mustalah hadis was very little? Is there a specific factor from that? And the second, how do Ma'had Ali students view ulumul hadis? Is it a final discussion or masih ada kemungkinan pengembangan ulumul hadis? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question from Mas whom? Oh, Mas Miftah, oh, Mas Miftah. Sorry, Mas Mif. Oh, Misbah. Naam, Misbah. The first question is about why students in Ma'had Ali prefer to. Tadi pertanyaannya kayaknya saya kurang nangkap, Mas. Can you? Oh, saya kira itu tadi soalnya gerak-gerak itu bibirnya. Maaf.
Yang pertama tadi itu kenapa tema ulumul hadis atau mustalah hadis itu sedikit?
Tadi ada dua kayaknya.
Yang dua itu bagaimana pandangan mahasantri itu terhadap ulumul hadis? Apakah itu sebuah ilmu yang sudah final atau masih ada kemungkinan untuk dikembangkan?
Okay, I would like to answer the first question first, because why Ma'had Ali students in Ma'had Ali prefer to conduct the research in hadith understanding, not in ulumul hadith. No. There are a lot of factors, I think, because in the campus, in the nowadays, many assumptions or many recommendations to us to conduct the research that can be solve the problems or to answer the contemporary issue. That is we only answer the contemporary issue, I think, with the understanding of hadith, not in the ulumul hadith, because has already final ulumul hadith. Maybe there are little celah, but it is difficult and not interesting. The interesting one is to solve the contemporary issue, like a gender, feminist, so we can discuss about the hadith of la yufliha qaumun walau amrahum imra'atan, related to the feminism, related to the gender studies. It will always be interested to study rather than like just ulumul hadith, mustalah hadith like that. I think. And then the second question is about, I think has already answered with my first answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for good presentation. First of all, I want to ask you, are you from Ma'had Ali? Are you Ma'had Ali student?
Graduate from Ma'had Ali.
You're
my bachelor from Ma'had Ali.
Okay, but okay. I have one important question actually about Ma'had Ali in relation to your presentation. That is, to what extent Ma'had Ali accommodate Western social sciences in studying hadith, or in other words, to what extent the lecturers in Ma'had Ali open to accommodate Western social sciences in studying hadith. And I also have some thought on Ma'had Ali in relation to the broader context of Indonesian Islamic higher education. If you have a desire to add the journal, academic journal, if Ma'had Ali have a desire to have more journal, you have to know that we are here in UN Sunan Kalijaga. It's vice versa. I mean, we are here facing a problem of a surplus of journal, academic journal. We are here facing a problem of, we have too much journal here, but with a less quality of paper, paper. So something that I emphasize here is that Ma'had Ali actually have a potentiality to fill the gaps within our academia. If we are in UIN or EIN, are dilemmatic, as we have a double identity, whether we are academic or whether we are apologetic. I think Ma'had Ali let Ma'had Ali live their life, So we are here have to share the role in creating the proper academic milieu. When Sunan Kalijaga, the graduates of Sunan Kalijaga are confusing. Am I academics? Am I apologetics? We are here have a fusionist character, fusionist, as Megan Abbas emphasized in Who's Islam. We in Sunan Kalijaga is the representation of fusion scholarship, and Ma'had Ali here, I think, just on your way in accelerating Islamic studies in traditional way, but in the degree that is similar to Azhar. If Ma'had Ali can duplicate, Azhar scholarship, I think that's better than just following the fake, academic, yes, a publication and so on and so forth. So I think that's all. That's all from me.
Yes. Okay, I will respond. It has been problematic in Ma'had Ali, especially in my my environment in Ma'had Ali. It is about Ma'had Ali follow the academic world, like in the PTKIN, or focus on the build or develop or cater or create ulama in the future that focus in the Ushuluddin, focus in the specialization of the religion and science of religion, such as hadith, focus in hadith. It will be problematic if the students of Ma'had Ali, especially in my field hadith, have to conduct tahrij. But in the academic role, tahrij is not the research. How can be? But in the Ma'had Ali, takhasus in hadith, the tahrij is the most effort we have to we have to exposure our export all day, all month, maybe all year, like that. This is the problematic, I think. Maybe in the future, Ma'had Ali have to make the characteristic or specialization or distinction as said by Prof. Idri from UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya, said that the students of was in Ma'had Ali or specialization in Ushuluddin must be focused in the science of religion, not what's that? Not influenced terpengaruh ya. Influenced by the other of the knowledge that can be make the segregated or maybe the problematic or maybe chaotic, like that. I think that is my just my thought. I explain here. Oh yeah, yes. As far as I in Mahat Ali, maybe no, no, because Mahat Ali will focus in just in the religion, not contain it with the other knowledge, because it will be. I will give you example. Living Hadith research, for the example. From the semester 1, we study about sanad, we study about the ulumul hadith, and the final project, we not study about the sanad. Even living hadith, it can be with the hadith maudu. Said some of the what's that? The apa? Pakar. Like Prof. Saifuddin Zuhri would say, like Prof. Dr. Ahmad Ubaidi Hasbillah also said like that. Can be hadith maudu, and like that. In the final project, we use the konstruksi sosial, we teori resepsi, and other the theories not related to the hadith studies that we learned from the semester 1 until the last semester. That will be problematic. That is just my thought, maybe. In the future, maybe Mahat Ali, I think, will be focused in religions, not contained by the other knowledge. Maybe in PTKN, welcome like that, because integrated, interconnected, like it is very well to be comprehend more like that. I think. Yeah.
Okay, give applause for Ananda Prayogi for his presentation of Mahat Ali in Indonesia. And after this, we have a coffee break for 15 minutes before the next session. And next session, we will have Islamic Studies in the West, so stay tuned. And then I will close this session. I'm Vicky Jazilatu Zawa as the moderator. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
coaching dance gratis di Korea bareng 1 Million Dance Studio dan
والغم والهنا أشفى جميل أشرف فؤادي وأنسى بها فرحان علينا ليالي الجميلة بين القمر والغود والحدود الأسلية والغم والهنا أشفى جميلة شرف فؤادي وأنسى بها فرحان والغم والهنا أشفى جميلة شرف فؤادي وأنسى بها فرحان وحدنا دندنا وحدنا دانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا ودانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا دانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا ودانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا دانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا ودانا وحدنا بالعسد ليالي الفديلة بما وأنا فما يوحشي الفضيلة يضي شفاء لنفوس العليلة يا بختي بالنانا منكم لا فيا يضي شفاء لنفوس العليلة يا بختي بالنانا منكم لا فيا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا دانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا 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 دندنا وحدنا دانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا ودانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا دانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا ودانا وحدنا فيها روية وخيول زيم وكلنا يريف دفيلة لم هاجري ولا بالحبيلة ويصليه الله فارسنا الفرجان لم هاجري ولا بالحبيلة ويصليه الله فارسنا الفرجان وحدنا دندنا وحدنا دانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا 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 دندنا وحدنا دانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا ودانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا دانا وحدنا دندنا وحدنا ودانا وحدنا
I see many, the audiences is increased. So Alhamdulillah. Welcome to third session and the last session today. So before we start this discussion, let me to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Rizza Muqtafa and I am the moderator of the discussion today in the third session. So in this panel, we will discuss about Islamic studies in the West. There will be 3 presenters that's already with us. And I'm going to accompany our presentation till maybe 1.25 hours. And for the speaker, we'll talk about 10 minutes. For reminder, I mean. For reminder, about 10 minutes and 5 minutes for discussion and 5 minutes left, or maybe 10 minutes for Q&A or question and answer session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the first presentation. The first presenter is Wilda Rohman Hakim from UIN Kalijaga. Please come forward. The time is yours.
Okay, bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good afternoon everyone. Thanks for your time for me in this section. I will discuss about my paper. But my paper is not related with our session because our section is talking about Islamic studies in West, right? But my paper is Islamic studies in but West in Islamic literature. The mean is also Maghrib. West also. Okay, my paper, the title is Epistemological Study of Toha Abdurrahman Islamic Thought in the Turath Reformation. I think all of you know Muhammad Abid Al-Jabiri. Yes, Islamic studies in PTKIN, I think that Abid Jabiri is inspired or PTKIN inspired by Abid Al-Jabiri thought, especially in epistemological construction, Bayani, Irfani, and Burhani. But according to Toha Abdurrahman, he is one of Morocco Islamic thinker that positioning himself as antithesa and criticism of Abid al-Jabiri, especially in Turath reading, Qira'atut Turath or Turath reformation. According Toha Abdurrahman, model of al-Jabiri fi Qira'atut Turath in Turath reformation, he is use West methodological or al-aliyah al-ma'sulah in Toha Abdurrahman term. Abid al-Jabiri use West methodological or Orientalism methodological to bahthit Turath, to reading of Turath. But according to Toha Abdurrahman, this model Abid al-Jabiri leads to differentiation of Turath. Like this aspect is important and other is not important. Ibn Rushd is important to be in our context. Imam Al-Ghazali is not important for our context. Bayani is not important. Irfani is not important for our context in this contemporary context. But Burhani, like Ibn Rushd, is contextual in our contemporary context. So the conclusion that Al-Jabiri model, and I think that our PTKN, especially in UIN, it's Jabirian. So I give the counter and the antithesa of this model of Qira'atut Turath, atau Tajdidut Turath, atau Turath wal Hadathah, atau other term. In this paper, I will explain about three aspects. The first is Toha Abdurrahman criticism of Al-Jabiri model fi Qira'atut Turath. And the second, how the Toha Abdurrahman Turath reform. And the third is epistemological construction in Toha Abdurrahman Turath reform. Toha Abdurrahman start from his criticism of Abid al-Jabiri model in Qira'atut Turath. Toha construct his Turath reform. Kaifa naqra al-Turath, kaifa naqra al-Turathul Hadith, Turathul Falsafah al-Islamiyah. But Toha focus in Turath methodological. Next slide. Yes, that is the main map. That is in Abid al-Jabiri. in Toha term is al-qira'ah at-tajzi'iyah, differential approach, tafaduli. Burhani, this is important for our life, and Irfani, because it's not relevant, we must was it. And the methodological of Abid al-Jabiri, structuralist, like Ferdinand de Soto and the other, historical approach and ideological approach. In the Toha Abdurrahman term is the al-aliyah al-mankulah, the external methodologies, Orientalism methodologies, and West methodologies to read the Turath al-Islami. According to Toha, this model is not relate, because Turath al-Islami in this construct is have aslut tadawul, pragmatic aspect. In West aspect main aspect is nadhariyah, theoretic, but in Turath main aspect is not nadhariyah, theoretical, but amaliyah, practical aspect. So this is gap between West and methodological al-mankulah wa Turath wa the nature of Turath. So is not relate to bring al-mankulah to read at-Turath biduni nakti, tanpa kritik. That is the problem of liberalis, or the Al-Jabiri term is he is not study the methodological deep wa analyze the that methodological. So is the conclusion is differential. In this paper I discuss about Toha Abdurrahman Turath reform with this methodological. He think that the Turath Islami must be read the nature method itself, the Turath method. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, this is the main project is Toha Abdurrahman. He also gave how to the Muslim in this contemporary area have the new Turath. I give you an example. In the classical Turath or classical tradition, al-ulama study about Hashrul Ajsad or Kidamul Quran or other in the Turath of theological Islami. In the contemporary, it's not important according to Toha Abdurrahman. We must have the Turath al-Jadid, the new Turath, the theological Islamic in contemporary era, how to answer the problem like globalization or secularism or nadhariyatul alamul mumkinah or ghairu dhalik or the other. The Muslim to be mampu to produce this turas jadid must have the methodological concept. So to Abdul Rahman in this methodological takwim, tajdidut turas, takwim, he is focused in reform of methodological. So methodology in Turath Al-Qadim or tradition Turath classic, he reform it be the methodological contemporary like logic approach and like linguistic approach. So we have methodology, and that methodology is telah diperbaharui with the methodology logic and linguistic contemporary. Toha Abdul Rahman also in Sorbonne University, so he is in genealogical thought. He is Sorbonne and French, so he most of this talk is he concerned for logic and linguistic methodology. And next, yes. So I will I will say that this paper is not complete, so I maybe give you some question. What should be the epistemological construction for contemporary Islamic studies in Turath, especially in Indonesia and especially pasca setelah the generation of Hasan Hanafi, Abid Al-Jabiri, Muhammad Arkun, and the other, that the reformation, their reformation is separatic and differential to Turath. That's important. Toha bring back the Turath in the complete keutuhan. So his reform is the integrative and takamuliyah wa integrative reform. And next, I think that the end. Thanks for your attention. Maybe your advice and your feedback for me, that's important for me. Yeah, I think that's enough.
Okay, please give applause for Mr. Wilda. Now we go to discussion session, and after that Q&A or question and answer. For the discussion, Is Miss Shafira Puspita? There is? Okay. Please the committee to give the microphone, and for Miss Shafira Puspita, you can give your commentary or question.
Okay, thank you. Any question? I have a question. What are the main aspects of epistemology adopted by Toha Abdurrahman in understanding and interpreting Torah?
Okay, I will answer the question. The epistemological aspect in Toha Abdurrahman is this main research that I give intents for the project of Toha Abdurrahman. What is the epistemological construction for his Qira'atul Turath, Takwim at-Turath, or Turath Reformation. But I'm so sorry that my paper is still on progress. So is the analytical epistemology is still on progress also. And I will the first is in term epistemology is origin, is sumber pengetahuan, and the method and the approach, theoretical framework, tips of argument, and the other. I will I will try to research this aspect. I think that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks to Miss Shafira and Mr. Wilda. Next is Q&A session or question and answer. We will open about, maybe just one question because our time is running out. For the audience who want to ask something maybe, please raise your hand. There is? Okay, there is not. So, can I ask something maybe because I have some question? Okay, because I think this title is more compatible by Arabic, so my question is in Arabic. No problem? Aywa. Ma ahamiyatu tajdidut turas kama wajadna kathratu isti'malut turas as-salafiyah fil an. Imma fil ma'had, imma fil ijtihad, wa sami'na qabl akhina hadha madha takallama an bahsul masail wa bahsul masail hadha yastamil kutubut turas azunnu. Yumkin dhalika as'ilati, tilka as'ilati ma ahamiyatu tajdidut turas. Idza nujaddid thumma kaifa at-turas as-salafiyah. Yumkin dalik. Syukran.
Okay, syukran ala al-as'ilah. Tayyib, ma ahamiyatu tajdidit turath? Kama na'rif anna qadiyah tajdidit turath huwa qadiyatun arabiyatun aslan. Khasatan ba'da hazmi al-Arab al-Islami بإسرائيل في 67. هناك kesadaran al-wa'yu al-arabi kaifa anna al-arab al-islami alladhi adaduhum kabir hunaka Misr hunaka Tunis wa hunaka Libya wa ghairu dhalik qad hazamaha Israel alladhi adaduhum qalil thumma ya'udu ila an-nadhar ila turath. According to Al-Jabiri, annal mushkilah fi al-Arab huwa nalar atau al-aql. Fahuwa bahatha an al-aql al-Arabi. So his project is the kritik nalar Arab itu. Kaifa anal aql al-Arabi qad hazamahu qad asbaha dhaif wa asbaha yahtaju ila tajdid wa konstruksi ulang, reconstruction. So kathir minal bahithina minal Arab mithlu Abid al-Jabiri, Hasan Nafi wa Muhammad Arkon wa ghairuha bahatha an asbab dha'fi al-Islam wa min asbabiha at-turath. Fa qadiyatu nahdoh al-Islam, kebangkitan Islam min hazmihi ba'da kolonialisasi dijajah di mana-mana, labudaan nu'idu an-nazar ila turath. Kaifa naqra turath bi qadiyatin jadidatin bi manhajiyatin jadidatin. Fa ummah al-islamiyah yastati'an asbaha hunaka wujud fil alam al-an wa hunaka al-ata, the contribution in for civilization. So the problem in Islamic studies today is we not have the identity, or we not have the wujud or existential because the parameter of our study is West, the parameter or the methodological our study is West Orientalist. It's not our methodological, it's not our nature, it's not our pragmatism. So we must nu'idun nazar ila turath bitajdid. So qadiyah tajdid turath wa qadiyah muhimmah wa qadiyah labudda lahu min ihtimam bihi. I think
Okay, thank you very much. And we back to English. Next is okay. First, give applause firstly to Mr. Wilda Rohman Hakim. Thank you, Mr. Wilda. You can come back to your seat. And next presenter is Arif Budiman from UIN Imam Bonjol Padang. But Mr. Arif Budiman cannot attend here, and maybe the presentation will be held by Zoom. And then I ask help for the committee to change the screen maybe to Zoom panel.
Hello. Hello. Can I get this point? Yes. Bisa. Oke. Halo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay, Mas. May I start? Okay. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Yeah. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First, I'm so sorry because I'm can go to Yogyakarta, and I'm so sorry for this ministry. I would like to tell you about my presentation. My presentation about racial equality from Jonathan A.C. Brown. First, I'm so sorry I'm not make the presentation, but I can read my abstract. Just my abstract. You can get this on booklet. Okay. This paper aims to analyze the relationship pattern between religion and the science and the Islamic studies in the West. Jonathan A.C. Brown, one of the scholars from the America, from the U.S., and he focused to tell about the Hadith studies and Islamic studies. We can say the Islamic legal theory. First, I would like to tell you about intellectual of Jonathan A.C. Brown. Jonathan A.C. Brown was born on Washington, D.C., 300, and he started the academic career in Georgetown University and Chicago University. Dissertation tell about canonization of Bukhari and Muslim, and this SPV is Mr. Wadad Kadi. This is the biography of Jonathan S. Brown. And then Jonathan S. Brown took a role by highlight this issue of the book. Jonathan S. Brown have many, I notes 5 books. First book of very short introduction of Muhammad, and second maybe Hadith, and then misquoting Muhammad, yeah, challenge and change interpretation, and then about slavery and Islam. And the last book on 2000 uh, 2022, I think, in this book, tell about this blackness, analyze the blackness, how the blackness in the realm of Islam. And the analysis, my research about this research the data source, the technique from domain analysis and exploration analysis technique. In the in Brown's view, the issue of racial equality originated from different racial prevalence in each region. Culture plays a central role, so aspect of attractiveness of that most easily changed by cultural conditioning. Meanwhile, in the Shari tradition, with the Prophet as the main patron, he clearly stipulates the obligation to break down the strict barriers in his society. The ultimate solution then lies in the individual, community, and communal leadership, which must be committed to crossing boundaries of race, social class, and culture. And the construction of the integration of science and religion, Jonathan Brown neatly developed scientific integration, interconnection, I think, and Jonathan S. Brown make his study to historical critical approach, and Jonathan neatly developed scientific integration as three dimension. The first text perspective in this book, Jonathan S. Brown uh, took two hadith in this book. First hadith about the raisin. You know raisin, kismis maybe in Indonesia, and his play rule about the raisin, and then it's so many scholars, yeah, and Brown took on his paper, its book, it's so many Tukdat ulama. Okay, I think that's all. Maybe I'm so sorry because I get the the point of this research. Thank you. That's all. Thank you. And back to the moderator. Thank you. Okay. Yes, yes, of course. Of course. Okay. Uh, please wait. Thank you for Mr. Wilda response my uh, response my paper. I get it. How the Jonathan S. Brown or Jonathan S. Brown to apply integrative interconnecting from his research. First, we can see this methodological of Muslim scholars is monodiscipline, and we know that Jonathan S. Brown from America and his cultural academic, it's some his culture is the academic is historical critical approach. And in this case, in the blackness, Jonathan S. Brown took his conclusion about this. His conclusion Jonathan S. Brown think the blackness is about from the three main ideology. The three main ideology from the West. Yeah. The first ideology it's about West supremacy of the West. First, the blackness. Blackness is the book to complete research. His research before slavery and Islam, about perbudakan, slavery and Islam, and he get the when he talking about blackness, it's just about because he's Muslim, it's not took the dogmatic, but he see the cultural and historical from blackness for the first and then he have two hadith. Yeah, first a hadith about rising. We can read the hadith on Sahih Al-Bukhari. Hadatsana Musaddad wasallam isma'u wa ati'u wa in ista'milu alaikum abdun habashi ka'anna ra'sahu zabibah. And this in this point on this hadith of rising, tell about okay okay, just it, maybe I can see it.
Thank you for Mr. Arif Budiman. Now we go to Q&A session. Anybody have some question? Who have some question, you can raise your hands as usual and give your question. Anybody? Okay, maybe in 3, 2, 1. Okay, nobody have question. So Let's give a big applause for Mr. Arif Budiman. Next, we go to the last speaker today before we close our conference. She is Miss Shafira Puspita from UIN Saizu Purwokerto. For Miss Shafira, you can come forward here, and after that you can start to perform your presentation. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, introduce myself. My name is Zalza Shafira Puspitarani. I am from UIN Saizu Purwokerto. Okay, I will just discuss contemporary trends in Islamic studies. Islamic studies, a multidisciplinary field of scholarship centered on the religion of Islam, has witnessed significant growth and diversification in recent years. Firstly, this abstract will address the evolving methodological approach with Islamic studies, from traditional hermeneutic to more contemporary interdisciplinary methods. Scholars now tend to integrate social skills, historical, and cultural perspective for a comprehensive understanding of Islamic religion dynamics. Secondly, the study of gender in Islam has emerged as crucial area of focus. Efforts are being made to comprehend the construction of gender within the context of Islam and explore the roles and rights of women in modern Muslim society. Next. However, the popularity of Islamic studies also presents its challenge. There is a need to ensure that the available education resources on Islam are reliable and widely accessible. Furthermore, promoting an inclusive and scholarly approach to Islamic studies is essential, recognizing cultural diversity and historical nuance within the Muslim community. Overall, the popularity of Islamic studies mirrors a global aspiration to understand and respect diverse religion beliefs. The will underscore the importance of interfaith dialogue in contemporary Islamic studies. The course on religious pluralism and a deeper understanding of the similarities and difference between wide archaic competence of modern Islamic studies. Okay, next. Islamic studies is an academic field that continues to evolve along with the complex dynamic affecting Muslim society throughout the world, social, political, and cultural change. Along with technological advance, have had a significant impact on the way we understand and interpret Islam in contemporary context. The first trend we will explore in the multidisciplinary approach in Islamic studies. Scholars are now increasingly adopting methodologies and theory from various disciplines and understand the complex. Okay, next. Technology and social media also play an important role in the current evolution of Islamic studies. Faster and broader access to intellectual research has opened the door to more open discussion and more active participation by scholars and the general public on discussing Islam-related issues. The study of gender and feminism in the Islamic context is an important trend that needs to be paid attention. Okay, next. The discussion on contemporary Islamic studies refer to the study and analysis of Islam in the current context. This study covers various aspects, including technology, Islamic law, history, politics, culture, economy, and social. First, multidisciplinary. Contemporary Islamic studies cover various disciplines such as religion studies, art studies, political science, economics, anthropology, sociology, and so on. This reflects the complexity and diversity of Islam, a religion, and culture. Next. Secondly, contemporary development. The main focus of this study is Islam in the present context. Includes current issues affecting Muslims around the world, so as globalization, radicalization, conflict, migration, and social change. Third, technology and philosophy. The study covers the latest understanding of Islamic theology and philosophy. This scope includes discussion of concept of God, human nature, justice, and freedom in the contemporary context. Next. Islamic law. Contemporary Islamic studies also consider the development of Islamic law and how it interacts with secular legal system and international norms. Politics and government. The study of contemporary Islam discusses various aspects of politics, including the role of religion in politics, Islamic political movement, and political dynamics in Muslim majority countries. Social and cultural. The cultural and social aspect of Islam are also an important focus. It includes studies of family, gender, identity, art, and popular culture in the Muslim world. Economy and finance. Contemporary Islamic studies also includes the development of economic and financial system based on Islamic principles, such as the Sharia financial system and Islamic economy ethics. Okay, next. Contemporary studies have made important contributions on enriching understanding of Islam, going beyond the stereotype and generalities that often appear in public discussion. Much of the latest research in Islamic studies relates to contemporary issues such as globalization, politics, gender, economic, and other social issues. Okay, thank you. Any question?
Okay, thank you for Miss Shafira Puspita. Please give big applause firstly. Now we go to discussion session, and for the information, the discussion for Miss Shafira is Mr. Arif Budiman. Is Mr. Arif Budiman still with us? Mr. Arif Budiman, can you hear us? Okay. Maybe we can go immediately to Q&A session for the audience. Okay. For Mr. Muammar, please Mr. Haidar give the microphone to Mr. Muammar. The time is yours.
Mbak Shafira, if I can suggest something to your writing, I would like to say that you can learn from Mas Najib Kailani's type of research. So you describe the current development of Islamic studies based on the published book or the published article. It will give a more like relevant image of what we are facing right now. But I mean, I don't get something like this from your presentation. In my opinion, you just mention and describe very briefly the potentialities that Islamic studies could embrace with. There are topics of economic, politics, sciences, and so on and so forth. And I have no idea what did you offer us exactly. I mean, is this the result of your observation of some article or some books already published, or is this just your contemplation about how Islamic studies should look like, or this is maybe, or you just like write something on Google or ChatGPT what Islamic studies should look like, and then that appears some possibilities. I still have no idea what you exactly offering. Sorry.
Okay. Any question left? Maybe for the other audiences. Okay. Miss Vicky have some question.
Okay, thank you for the moderator to give me a chance to give my question. Okay, so I will ask about the trend of the Islamic studies that I noticed that you mentioned was a political knowledge and also about gender. And I would like to ask, how is the reality that we face right now? I mean, is it kind of that popular and kind of Islamic studies that reaching that topics, I mean that political and also gender, and how, what will you say about your solution to face this reality? That's it. Do you get my question? Yeah, that's it.
Okay, any response for Miss Safira?
Oke, saya akan menjawab pertanyaan dari Mbak Vicky apa ya, Mbak? Realitasnya itu contohnya itu seperti diskusi aktif tentang implementasi hukum berbasis Islam dalam kerangka hukum. Terus seperti hak-hak perempuan yang masih minoritas. Untuk penanganannya itu seperti kita lebih ke pendidikan dan pemberdayaan, dialog dan diskusi terbuka, terus pengkajian akademi yang mendalam. Itu, Mbak.
Do you get it, Miss Vicky? Okay, thank you for Miss Shafira as the presenter and all the audiences who has asked any question. Now, finally, we got to the end of this agenda. Before that, the last, I want to all the audiences to give a big applause for us all. We hope our discussion give a big impact for us and enrich our discussion and studies about scripture actually. And thank you for the all speakers and for all of the audiences. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being a wonderful participant during this session. Okay, let's close our forum by Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. And kafaratul majlis, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Thanks for attention and your enthusiastic, and wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sekarang boleh pakai bahasa Indonesia. Bisnya sudah kami siapkan jam 4. Kalau yang teman-teman langsung mau ke hotel, monggo. Kalau mau jalan-jalan sendiri nanti pulang sendiri, silakan. Besok kita akan ketemu lagi jam 8. Tapi tidak seperti pagi tadi yang dimulai dengan plenary session. Besok itu kita diskusi simposium dulu. Baru kemudian jam 10 sampai jam 12 akan dimulai plenary session dengan Majid. Karena Majid sekarang berada di Utrecht, di Leiden, jadi dia harus menyesuaikan waktu dengan kita. Kemudian apa lagi? Ya sudah, overall saya enjoy event hari ini. Bagi yang mau mengeksplor Jogja, dipersilakan. Kalau yang mau kembali ke hotel sudah disiapkan bis di bawah. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampai ketemu besok.
We're using way too many platforms for work. We should just use Monday.com.
We're not using that many.
HRCRM.